Hi, Acadiana. I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker. Welcome to Let's Talk Tropics, the Hurricane Francine edition. Hurricane Francine making its way through the northern Gulf of Mexico and will be making its way on land here coming up very soon. So let me get to a couple of our webcams here. First of all, over toward Lumcon as we get this one going here. This is over in Cocodrie, and you can see that we are seeing the rain and also some storm surge flooding already taking place as they've had a deep southerly flow. This is from Lumcon. They're basically at the end of the road there in Cocodrie. So we'll be watching this as long as the power stays on down there. I'm sure that those folks there got some good generator backup. I just hope they got the cameras associated with that as well. So we're going to go through several things here. There's not really a lot of change in the track, but we did get an update on the hurricane at 11 o'clock. I know you're used to getting a lot of these different tropical storm updates here when it comes to about every 3 hours or so. But now that we're getting closer to landfall, we're going to see these updates coming a lot quicker. So that's the 11 o'clock update on the left, 28.1 north, 92.6 west. Winds are currently 90 miles per hour and the pressure is holding there at 976 millibars. So looking at the big satellite imagery, you can see that Hurricane Francine is okay on its organization. It is being affected by some shear and some drier air. We'll go ahead and let the new model here, or the new satellite imagery, kind of load in and get it in there so we can see the direction of movement as the sun is rising here in the eastern half of the country, and the west is now starting to get into the late morning hours. But you can see that Hurricane Francine is making its way closer and closer to the coast. And since this is coming from the National Hurricane Center satellite page, it is going to be loading in a little bit slower. I've got screaming internet, so I think there's just a lot of folks that are using some of this. And there's another view as it continues to approach. You got some outflow there on the northern side of the hurricane, and then you've got the drier air kind of in training on the western side. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens when it comes to the amount of precipitation that's going to be falling across Acadiana, because there's going to be some pretty wide range, pretty wide range of those rains as they continue to move in. So areas over southeastern Louisiana over here are going to see a tremendous amount of rain, and then quickly those just really drop off where Lake Charles isn't seeing any rainfall at all. And these areas over in the western part of Acadiana probably won't see a whole lot of rain, maybe 1 or 2 inches as you get over into Acadia and western parts of Vermilion and Jeff Davis Parish. And then as you get into Lafayette, we're still looking at maybe 2 to 3 inches of rain falling over the course of the day. Depends on if some of this some of these outer bands that are down here to the south as the hurricane kind of moves over here into Terrebonne and St. Mary Parish. As it lifts, we may see some of these wraparound rings kind of getting closer. So from Lafayette to Kaplan down to Pecan Island, you're probably going to be looking at 2 to 3 inches of rain. And then the farther east and southeast you go, the higher those rainfall totals are going to be. And they're going to be extreme, I think, here, anywhere from St. Mary and Terrebonne Parish going all the way up to around the Baton Rouge area. So a lot of folks that live east of the Acadiana area on the other side of the Atchafalaya Basin are going to be seeing some significant rain. So there is a look at it in motion. You can see it's continuing to move off toward the northeast, and some of those outer bands are going to produce some really gusty winds there down toward Houma, Morgan City, Franklin, Patterson, Berwick, and Bayou Vista. And we're also probably going to be seeing increased water starting to push in here over parts of Vermilion Bay. When you get that onshore flow, at least there on the eastern side, you're probably going to get some storm surge flooding. And we're going to go over the storm surge flooding values, at least with the forecast here, coming up in just a little bit. I did real quick before we moved along, wanted to show you this is the radar out of Hammond, and you can see the tremendous bands of rain that are coming on from Grand Isle over to Galliano and then into Houma and then up to La Rose and Thibodaux. So right here is where we're getting some really good rains, and another round is about ready to come in over here. And then you got a couple of more rounds before you get into the eye wall of the hurricane. So again, here's Morgan City right here. Here is the eye wall. Go kind of clear it out and we'll start over. Morgan City is right here on the map. I know it is kind of hard to see. Homa here, and then Grand Isle is right about here. So the hurricane is continuing on a northeasterly track, so it's going to pass here probably south of Morgan City and will be affecting Morgan City, Homa, as well as Thibodaux. And unfortunately, our friends over in Homa and Thibodaux, there's a lot of folks that are still trying to pick up after Hurricane Ida just 3 years ago. So some big rains that are going to be coming into that area. So let's look at the National Weather Service forecast out of Lake Charles when it comes to some of the significant winds. It does look like that here in Lafayette, Vermilion, and St. Martin parishes and the inland areas of Iberia, you're probably going to be seeing tropical storm force winds later on. As the eye starts to come on shore, you get more of a wind field that kind of spreads out a little bit. But the more damaging winds are going to be in southern Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary, at least locally here in Acadiana. And then over into Terrebonne, Lafourche, and then even east and west Baton Rouge Parish, Iberville as well, and some of our river parishes, Ascension as well, over there into the eastern part of Louisiana. And even some damaging winds could be possible on the North Shore as well. Still a lot of warnings and that are posted. All those parishes that are shaded in the bright red, that is a hurricane warning. So if you live in eastern Cameron, Vermilion, St. Martin, Iberia, St. Mary, Iberville, east and west Baton Rouge Parish, Terrebonne, and then eastward from there, you are under a hurricane warning. Do prepare for hurricane conditions. The rest of the parishes that are in the darker red is a tropical storm warning. Now, even though our far western sections would be way on the low end of some of these winds, here in Lafayette and into maybe St. Landry Parish, we could see some winds in gusts, especially if some of those outer bands come whipping around. You could see some 50 or 60 mile per hour wind gusts in association with those outer bands that start to come in. So tropical storm warnings are still posted for several parishes inland. If you're under a hurricane warning, prepare for hurricane conditions, and if you're under a tropical storm warning, prepare for tropical storm conditions. And as far as hurricane winds, they're over 75 and over 39 miles per hour when you get tropical storm force winds. So here was the latest advisory. So the coordinates are a little bit different at the bottom there than what I have on the left-hand side of the screen, because we did get a little update at 11 o'clock, and we'll probably get another update. I'll kind of check and see if we get some new numbers on that. But it is going to be lifting off to the northeast, and really we haven't seen much of a track change since yesterday. A little bit farther to the east than where we were earlier in the week, but pretty steady on that landfall there for parts of St. Mary and Terrebonne parishes. And tropical storm force winds, again, fairly likely for Vermilion, St. Mary, Iberia, and St. Martin parishes, and possibly edging into the southeastern part of Lafayette Parish. And then farther northwest you go, the lower the chances are going to be that you'll be seeing those tropical storm force winds. But if you live east of that center of circulation, you're almost guaranteed all the way over to the metro New Orleans area. Hurricane force winds, on the other hand, are probably going to be confined to the parishes along the coast. So that would be Iberia, St. Mary, Terrebonne, and then getting over to Lafourche as well. And then the inland areas most likely will not be seeing hurricane force winds unless they're right near that center of circulation, maybe within 30 or 40 miles of the coast. We will see the system eventually weakening as it moves off toward the northeast. So even though we will see lesser winds as we get up toward the capital city, I think they're still going to be strong enough that they're going to cause some problems with some trees and maybe some power outages as well, and some minor damage to go along with it. But our friends that live closer to the coast, especially into Terrebonne and St. Mary Parish, you are the ones that are going to be seeing the heavier amounts of rain and also the gusty winds. Flood potential still is there, especially for the eastern half. I think here in Lafayette, we're kind of dropping off, and even farther to the west, a pretty marginal risk. But if you live, again, east of that center of circulation from Iberia Parish to Baton Rouge to New Orleans and down to Grand Isle, you will have at least a moderate risk of flooding, and that is from the heavy rainfall that'll be coming in. As far as the computer models, they are still clustered about in the same place, maybe a little bit of a nudge to the east, but as I continue to look at the eye of the hurricane, Looks like it's going to be coming on shore here very late this afternoon and into the early evening hours, and it's going to fall within where these forecast lines are, and that is consistent with the National Hurricane Center's official forecast. As far as storm surge, we're still looking at some issues there east of Intracoastal City. Most areas in Vermilion Parish will stay under 3 feet on the storm surge, but as it goes by, again, you folks down there in Delcambre and Erath really know how a passing hurricane can throw some water at you. Rita was a really good example, even though it made landfall way out to the west at the Texas-Louisiana state line. The push of all that water coming inland for a long period of time got your storm surge up there. So as far as Vermilion Parish, based on the last advisory that we saw, the blues represent 1 foot above ground, and the yellows refer to 3 feet, at least 3 feet above ground. So up there over toward Delcambre, you are probably going to have some water coming up through the Delcambre Canal, and some flooding will happen. But Delcambre right about there, so it can be anywhere between 1, 2, or 3 feet of some of that water. And then of course it gets higher as you get closer to the coast down toward the Intracoastal Waterway. Western sections of Vermilion Parish, probably 1 to 3 feet on the storm surge. Most of that again is going to be south of the Intracoastal Waterway, but do look out for the possibility of some storm surge flooding, especially along LA 14 east of Delcambre, in some of those lower areas that might have flooded in previous hurricanes. You do want to watch out for that. As far as Iberia Parish is concerned, most of that is in the shade of yellow down toward the Intracoastal Waterway, which by the way is right about in there. And we're talking about over 3 feet of water that could be in portions of Iberia Parish. Jeanneret over here, Olivier, and then up here is New Iberia. But over around Delcambre, again, we could probably see about 1 to 2 feet of some water, maybe a little bit more. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. But the Port of Iberia also will probably be catching some water due to the storm surge. So elevated tides, coastal flooding is going to be likely there along the Iberia Parish coast. I'm most concerned, at least with the immediate Acadiana area of St. Mary Parish. So kind of break it down what we're looking at here. What you're seeing here in the white, those are levee protected areas, but you've got some areas here along the St. Mary Parish coast where we could see over 9 feet of storm surge and 6 feet kind of encroaching with some of those canals that go into Baldwin and Franklin. I think the cities for the most part will be okay, but those low-lying areas that are near the canals could possibly see some storm surge flooding as the water will tend to back up, especially as the hurricane is moving in. But eventually, once the hurricane kind of comes in over in this area, we're probably going to see more of an offshore flow, so that should help to pull some of the waters away. But between now and then, we do have a storm surge warning that remains in effect, and we'll probably see more storm surge flooding going on over the next several hours, and then going on into the next day or so, we'll see improving conditions. But storm surge values could be quite high there over portions of St. Mary and going into Terrebonne Parish. I wanted to go back here real quick and look at the radar once again as Hurricane Francine continues to move toward the north. Looks like I've got the radar out of the Hammond area. And just to give you a couple of locations here, you can see there around Dulac, Morgan City, and then getting up to around Matthews and let's say Raceland off toward the east is going to be seeing very heavy rain. Baie des Allemands, and then up toward Napoleonville and Pierre Part. So those areas there in portions of lower part of St. Martin Parish will be seeing the heavier downpours coming on in, and that's where your gusty winds are going to be. So Morgan City, Franklin, and Baldwin right here. This round of rain is going to be pulling northward toward you, and because it's kind of training and moving off toward the west like that, you may be in some of that heavy rain for a long period of time. So there is going to be some brief street flooding that could be happening. And then as you look just right here toward the southwest, that's where the hurricane is. Kind of a elliptical shape eye, but it's fairly wide out there. So the wind speeds and the storm surge are still going to be an issue for those areas right there. And you can see how widespread that rainfall. And again, I'm only choosing one radar. There's the Lake Charles radar, so you can see how it doesn't really come too far to the west when it comes to the rainfall. And then when you go to the Mobile radar, you can see that there's some rain starting to pull inland there. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some coastal flooding along the Mississippi and Alabama coast, and maybe even some increased tides as you get over toward Florida. So a lot to unpack here, but we are expecting the hurricane to make landfall sometime later this afternoon and into this evening. And right now, it's kind of running out of time to do any more strengthening. And because of some of the dry air and the wind shear that we're looking at, we're probably not going to see a whole lot of strengthening. And the official National Hurricane Center's forecast is calling for a landfall as a Category 1 with winds at 90 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and check real quick. It looks like we've got a new update, a noon position update. So the new coordinates, 28.3 north and 92.3 west. It's moving to the northeast at 13. Your pressure as well as your wind speeds have remained the same. So we will be getting more updates when it comes to the position. We'll get a new cone that comes down at 4 o'clock. But by that time, we're probably not going to have to worry about that, as we are going to be very close to a landfall by the time we get to the end of the afternoon and going into the early evening hours. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be leaving the live stream up. There's going to be kind of a rotation of different graphics that will go on for the next several hours as we go through and get some more information, and also have to update some of my social media pages. By the way, if you want to check out some of my social media pages, there are the handles there. Meteorologist Dave Baker on Facebook. On X, I'm at Dave Baker TV. And of course, you've already found me here on Acadiana Weather Today. If you want to share that, please share that with your friends. I would really appreciate it. But we'll go into kind of a severe weather loop. I'll also put a little countdown in the corner of the screen. I kind of call it the old school Weather Channel music, not really the panic music that I tend to see on some of the channels right now, but we're going to put this back into a loop mode, and I'll probably be back right after 1 o'clock with the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'll talk to you soon. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Let's Talk Tropics live stream here as Hurricane Francine comes into the South Louisiana coast. Hi, Acadiana. I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker, letting you know that you can still follow my social media pages, Meteorologist Dave Baker on Facebook, or look up Acadiana Weather Today. On X, or formerly known as Twitter, it's at Dave Baker TV, and of course right here on YouTube is Acadiana Weather Today. So we've gotten some updates here over the last hour or so. Let me go ahead and turn this little thing off. Give me just a second. I know I'm very new to some of these things here, but I just wanted to get to the latest position there. 28.6 north and 92.1 west. Winds are currently at 90 miles per hour, so it's still a Category 1 hurricane. And we're not expecting a whole lot of strengthening coming up here over the next few hours. Winds, again, 90 with the pressure down to 976 millibars, but that forward speed is picking up, which is good and bad. It's good because the hurricane will get in and out of the area fairly quickly, but it's bad because it will also carry in some of those damaging winds over southeastern Louisiana. So they won't be just confined to the coast of St. Mary and Terrebonne parishes, but they will also be starting to pull into some of the other parishes as well, going into Assumption, St. James, Ascension, Iberville, East and West Baton Rouge Parish, Livingston, and over to Tangipahoa as well. And then pushing up to right along the border of Mississippi, and then eastward over towards St. John and St. Charles parishes there around the western side of Lake Pontchartrain. So we are going to be seeing some pretty gusty winds coming in. And as far as the radar, we can see here also got a new tornado watch that has been posted for the southeastern part of Louisiana. That does include St. Martin, Iberia, as well as St. Mary parishes, and then all of the parishes that are off toward the east. You can see that the eye of the hurricane is making its way off toward the northeast, and it's probably going to make a strike here. This is St. Mary Parish right about here, and then Terrebonne Parish is where this starts right about here. So it's going to be right there on that St. Mary Parish, Terrebonne Parish line. Morgan City, you're going to be very close to the center of circulation, so there's going to be considerably stronger winds there and over toward Houma and Thibodaux as it continues to move in, but quickly those wind speeds do drop off as you go off toward the northwest. But still, once the hurricane works its way in, it's going to be turning more northward, so the capital city could be dealing with some gusty winds. And even though we're not really seeing a whole lot of wind here in Lafayette, some of these squalls that are going to start to come around and affect the area are going to bring some gusty winds. But also, as the hurricane's eye gets over here in this particular area, it could increase the wind speeds, at least from Lafayette eastward. So even though we're not seeing some big wind right now, we will see some higher wind speeds coming up a little bit later on during the afternoon and early part of the evening. I did want to show you, though, where we do have a new tornado watch that has been posted. Real quick, I did wanted to show you the potential for some damaging winds there across southern portions of Louisiana, and I do think we're going to be seeing some of that damage starting to come in as we go into the early part of the afternoon and later on this evening. And then unfortunately overnight tonight, after it gets dark, we are going to be seeing the possibility of some damaging winds. And it always gets a lot scarier once you get into the nighttime period, because you really can't see what's going on out there. And of course, the winds seem to get quite strong. There's a look at that tornado watch currently over southeastern portions of Louisiana. This is going to be in effect until 11 o'clock later on tonight. So it does appear that the hurricane will continue to move in. It is being affected by wind shear, and when you get those differences in winds from the lower parts of the atmosphere to the higher parts of the atmosphere, you get a lot more volatility, and that's why we've got that tornado watch there. So as some of those squalls kind of roll around, there's a possibility you could get some rotation in some of these individual storms. And of course, you're not going to be able to see these tornadoes, and they're going to be short-lived. They'll whip up fairly quickly. Usually they're fairly weak, but you're not going to be able to see them because of the tremendous amounts of rain that are out there, and you're going to continue to see lower visibility. Even if a tornado develops, you're probably not going to be able to see it because of the wind or because of the rainfall that's wrapped around that. So as far as hurricane force winds, I think, again, those are going to be confined to the coast of St. Mary, Terrebonne, Lafourche, and then moving inland, I think maybe southern parts of Assumption Parish and maybe the extreme southern parts of Iberville and Ascension parishes may see winds up to about hurricane force in gusts. So it is going to be weakening once the hurricane makes landfall. So once it makes landfall, it will weaken fairly quickly. One of the big things is going to be the rainfall, and especially east of that center of circulation. These areas that are right there along the coast of St. Mary Parish, as well as portions of Terrebonne Parish, it looks like we're going to be seeing most of that continuing to move onshore and with the heavier amounts of rain. But notice how it really drops off as you go a little bit farther toward the west. So really, we're not going to be seeing hardly any rainfall in those particular areas, but down here over southeastern portions of Acadiana, Iberia into St. Mary Parish, I wouldn't be surprised to see about 6 to 8 inches of rain coming down in a short period of time, and some of that is going to continue as the center of circulation moves northeastward into portions of Mississippi. So that's where most of the rain threat is going to be, and we've been very fortunate here in Lafayette, Alexandria, and then points westward where we're seeing more of the action to the east, but unfortunately a lot of folks there over southeastern Louisiana, some of them still recovering from Hurricane Ida just 3 years ago, and so we're not pleased to see this kind of a hurricane coming over an area that has already been hit pretty hard in recent memory. Flood threat is going to be there because of that heavy rain, and we have a moderate risk of flooding for southeastern Louisiana. That's level 3 out of 4. Level 2 for the immediate Acadiana area, but I think that's going to be confined from Lafayette Parish southwestward to Vermilion. If you live in Acadia, Cameron, Jeff Davis, Evangeline, Allen, Beauregard, and Lake Calcasieu parishes, you will see considerably less rain. Hurricane models, at this point, it really doesn't matter a whole lot. We know it's going to make landfall. It is going to make landfall within that cone. But keep in mind that the cone, the effects of the hurricane go well beyond the cone. That cone is based on historical margin of error. So about 2/3 of all tropical systems, when they're forecast, will fall within that cone. But that doesn't mean that's where the danger zone is. The danger zone can extend well outward, especially east of the hurricane's eye. And that's why we have all of the advisories that have started to go up for parts of southeastern Louisiana. And we even have tropical storm warnings that are out for parts of the coast of Mississippi as well as Alabama. So storm surge is going to be an issue, especially over St. Mary and into Terrebonne parishes. And that goes on down to Lafourche as well. So getting down toward Grand Isle, 5 to 10 foot storm surge is possible. Right now it looks like the upper end of that range is going to be reserved for Terrebonne Parish, but we could see some higher seas or some higher tides and also some coastal flooding over portions of St. Mary Parish. So this is a look at St. Mary today when it comes to the latest advisory. Down here where you got some of the reds right there along the coast, unpopulated area for the most part. We are looking at the possibility of up to 9 feet of water above ground. And then here in the orange, this is at least 6 feet in the above ground level. And then over here toward the yellows, that's 3 feet, 1 foot in the blues. So much of St. Mary Parish is going to be inundated with some storm surge, with the exception of the areas that are in the flood protection system. Behind the levees there, Morgan City, Berwick, Patterson, Bayou Vista, and areas over there are behind the levees. So hopefully those levees will keep most of the storm surge out of the way. In Iberia Parish, we're generally going to be looking at 3 feet minimum for areas going down towards Sycamore Point. So if you live close to Weeks Island, not on Weeks Island, but close to Weeks Island, you will have the possibility of some coastal flooding. So that's going to include some of the communities down there in parts of Iberia Parish. Some that come to mind are down toward Lydia. Avery Island will probably see some coastal flooding. Glencoe is another area down along that LA 83 corridor that's south of Highway 90. So anywhere from the Port of Iberia going down into parts of St. Mary Parish, going down into Sycamore Point, and then into St. Mary Parish there, Glencoe, and also to the areas around Mud Lake and the Calumet Cut. Baldwin and Franklin, I think you're going to be okay, although on the west and south sides of your towns, there are some canals that are prone to flooding. So watch out for some of that there. And then down along the LA 17, rather 317 that goes down to Burns Point, probably not a good drive there, especially south of the Intracoastal Waterway, but some flooding could be there along LA 317 into portions of St. Mary Parish. Then once you cross over into portions of St. Mary Parish here, you get across that Calumet Cut. Again, as we were looking, we are going to be seeing the possibility of storm surge flooding up to parts of the Intracoastal Waterway and then south of Morgan City, outside of the levee protection area, and then also toward Amelia is going to see the possibility of some flooding. Fortunately, a lot of those areas that are down to the south, going down to Atchafalaya Bay and into Cayuga Bay and Terrebonne Bay as well, down toward Cocodrie, that's where we're going to be seeing more of the storm surge flooding this time around. So I wanted to take a look at the hurricane camera here. This is down in Cocodrie. Let's see if this thing is still running. Yeah, it looks like it's still running down there. They've been seeing some coastal flooding in Cocodrie pretty much all morning long, and this is well ahead of anything that's coming in. So we do think that Cocodrie is going to continue to see that coastal flooding, and as the hurricane starts to come in, we'll see more of that flooding taking place. Another look at a big satellite picture. You can see Hurricane Francine making its way, maybe even a little bit of an eye starting to show up. There's a lot of overcast in that center. So what we're seeing is maybe a little bit of the eye trying to emerge there. There's some dry air that might be being pulled around the southeast side of the hurricane. Maybe right about in here, there could be a little bit of dry air intrusion, and then you got some dry air intrusion that's coming around the backside of the hurricane as well. And that's why we're really not seeing anything on this side, and it's going to take its toll on Francine as it continues to move inland here over the next couple of hours. It should prevent it from any further strengthening, so those winds are still holding at around 90 miles per hour. There's the damaging winds. It'll be Iberia down into St. Mary, lower parts of St. Martin, Assumption, Ascension, and down into Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, and then eastward pushing over toward Lake Pontchartrain. So you're talking about some of those parishes, Ascension, St. James, St. John, and also over towards St. Charles Parish. So if you live over on that side of the basin, getting closer to the metro New Orleans area, you have a better chance of seeing those stronger damaging winds. We still have a hurricane warning in effect for East Cameron, Vermilion, St. Martin, Iberia, St. Mary, and Lower St. Martin. And then over into the basin areas, Iberville, East and West Baton Rouge parishes, Ascension, Assumption, and again eastward over towards St. John and St. Charles and St. James parishes. And that also includes Lafourche and Terrebonne that are under that hurricane warning. The position again is there on your left, 28.6 north, 92.1 west. Winds are currently at 90 miles per hour and the pressure at 976. And we'll get another position update here probably right around 2 o'clock. And then we're going to get another full advisory that will come down at 4 o'clock. So right now, until the hurricane makes landfall, we should be getting hourly updates, at least on the position and the intensity. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll get a full breakdown with a new discussion from the National Hurricane Center, as well as a new forecast cone. But again, at that point in time, we're probably not going to have to worry about the forecast cone going in the future, because this is pretty much locked in, as we only have a few more hours until landfall there on the southern coast. I real quick wanted to touch on, I know you all want to watch Hurricane Francine, but I did want to bring to your attention that we do have a new tropical depression that has formed, and it's way out here in the Atlantic Ocean. This is tropical depression number 7, and we were kind of expecting some new development. And during September again is always a very busy month. It's been a very strange season, because basically all the signs were pointing to almost a record season. And so far it's been pretty on the low on the count here. We're on number 6 on the list, and that's number 7 that's just forming there off of the African coast. But who knows? Does this mean that September is going to be busy and maybe into October as well? Rather than August and September being the busy 2 months, is it going to be September and October this time around? We'll just kind of have to wait and see. And of course, there's the tropical weather outlook showing a couple of other little tropical waves that might have a chance for development, but right now low, and we're not too concerned about that. And also remember that we reached the peak of the hurricane season yesterday, but there's still a lot of time before the hurricane season is over. And usually here in Louisiana, you can go all the way to about the mid and latter part of October where you're still threatened by tropical storms and hurricanes that could make landfall here along the Louisiana Gulf Coast. So that's kind of what I've got for you. We'll take a real quick look at the radar one more time and show you how close this is getting to the coastline. Kind of draw it out here because I know it's kind of hard to see. So this is the Iberia Parish line, and right in here is the St. Mary Parish line. So this is St. Mary right here. And then over to the back over to the east. Boy, that is horrible drawing. But anyway, right in here is St. Mary Parish. This is St. Mary Parish. I'll kind of draw it on an outline instead. That might make it a little bit easier. And then Terrebonne Parish is right here. So this is what we're going to be looking at when it comes to the possibility of a landfall. Probably going to be right here on that lower part of the Terrebonne Parish coast first, but you folks in St. Mary are going to be getting some of the action out of this as well. And the rest of Acadiana, we're going to see some of these outer bands kind of rolling on. So if you live in Vermilion or Iberia Parish, it's probably getting pretty rainy and stormy there. We're generally seeing some light rain and some light winds here in Lafayette, but I do expect those winds to pick up speed the closer we are to the center of circulation as it moves northeastward and then starts to take a little bit more of a turn toward the north a little bit later on down the road. Down at the bottom, I've got the live chat open. If there's something that you're seeing in your particular area, I would love to hear from you. Give me a little bit of an idea of what you're seeing and also where your location is. And you can also follow my social media pages as well. You can drop a comment on some of those, especially if you're finding out if you're sending out a weather report. Make sure you tell me what the weather is and also your location, and put the time on there as well. And you can put that on my comments on any of my social media. Again, if you want to go and check those out, first you can like this video, subscribe to the channel, and also turn on the notifications. But on Facebook, I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker, or you can search Acadiana Weather Today, like that one, and you'll of course get the updates there. On X, formerly known as Twitter, I'm at Dave Baker TV. And right here on YouTube, I'm at Acadiana Weather Today. So we'll continue to keep the live stream going with the loop. Sorry about the music stopping earlier today. I forgot to click the loop box on there. So as we go through, there are going to be a few little errors that I will make, but hang with me as we're going to continue coverage of Hurricane Francine through the evening. So stand by. I'll put that counter back up. We'll get that music going, and I'll rotate the different graphics. If I get any severe weather warnings, I'll go ahead and jump in right away. But for now, we'll probably see you close to the 2 o'clock hour when we get a new update. And of course, I'll update the coordinates there on the left-hand side of your screen. I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker. Thanks for watching. Let's Talk Tropics on Acadiana Weather Today. We'll keep the live stream going, and I'll talk to you in just a little while. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker as we continue to watch Hurricane Francine make its way closer and closer to the coast. We're already getting tropical storm force winds there along the Terrebonne and the St. Mary Parish coast, and wouldn't be surprised to see some tropical storm force winds there on the south end of Marsh Island and also the southeastern coast of Vermilion Parish. So we've got a lot to unpack here. First of all, the latest location there off to the left. We're looking at a hurricane with winds at 90 miles per hour. Kind of look here. They've got just got the new numbers, of course. 28.7 north and 91.8 west. So that is going to be your new coordinates there. It's moving to the northeast at 17. Winds are still at 90 miles per hour and the pressure is at 976 millibars. So I was doing the calculations based on the distance on the 1 o'clock advisory, the distance from Morgan City. So it looks like we're going to have this thing making landfall within the next 3 or 4 hours. And then you folks up toward Morgan City will probably be seeing the worst of the weather as the sun goes down. So let's go through what we've got. First of all, we've got a tornado watch that is currently in effect now for the southeastern portion of Louisiana, but that also includes St. Martin, Iberia, as well as St. Mary parishes, and then all of the parishes that are off toward the southeast as well. So we've got the possibility of some severe weather as the hurricane is making landfall. You get a little bit more friction when it comes down to the areas there when the friction starts to pick up, and you've got those upper level winds that are quite strong as well. And with the wind shear in place, you're going to get a lot of volatility. So there is a possibility we could see some tornadoes over in that particular area. Again, there is the latest cone that we have. I've got new coordinates, 28.7 north and 91.8 west. So I'll get the update there on the left-hand side of the screen updated here in just a little while. But that's a 2 o'clock advisory, and we're going to be seeing those advisories continuing to update every hour. But we won't get a new full discussion and forecast cone until 4 o'clock. Again, the forecast cone really doesn't matter anymore as it's going to be making its way on land. But getting from the National Hurricane Center the latest discussion to see what their thinking is and figure out what's going on from the top to the bottom of this hurricane. Right now, most of the thinking is that we won't see any more intensification as it moves closer to the Louisiana coast. So it's probably going to make landfall as a Category 1 with winds at 90 miles per hour. Now, could it do a little whip up and get up to 100? Yeah, that's possible, but it's not super likely this time around. Tropical storm force winds, again, are already making their way onto the coast. This graphic was actually generated earlier this morning from the 10 o'clock advisory. And looking at this particular graphic here, you can see the line right there is the 2 p.m. So we are at 2 o'clock right now, and we're already getting reports of tropical storm force winds making their way toward the coast. And those areas that are shaded in the purple have a nearly 100% chance that you will see sustained winds of at least 39 miles per hour. It drifts off very quickly, though, as you go off toward the northwest. So like here in Lafayette, seeing winds over 39 miles per hour, we've got about a 50 to 60% chance. And then out in Lake Charles, it's less than 10%. So the wind really starts to level off and move downward on the scale the farther west you go. And the gradient is pretty tight as well. So you could drive from Morgan City, where we're going to have 90 mile per hour winds possibly. And then once you get in New Iberia, it could be down to 60. And then in Lafayette, it's probably less than 30. So that gradient really drops off fairly quickly. There are the chances of hurricane force winds. And again, this was generated earlier this morning too. Still a better than 50% chance that hurricane force winds will strike parts of the St. Mary as well as the Terrebonne Parish coastlines. Now, do keep in mind this is going to continue to move inland, and unfortunately it's going to be moving across the basin and into some more populated areas there south of Baton Rouge. and many of the parishes over there are going to be dealing with that, including Iberville, East and West Baton Rouge, Ascension, Assumption, St. James, Lafourche, and Terrebonne, as well as St. John and St. Charles Parish. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Livingston, St. Helena, and Tangi being able to get some of those winds getting into the tropical storm force as it moves a little bit farther toward the north. Rainfall, again, is going to be confined closer to the center of circulation. It has been raining pretty much all morning here in Lafayette, although the rain has been very, very light. But there's still a chance that we could see 3, maybe 4 inches of rain as some of those bigger bands are starting to wrap around. And once you get south of New Iberia, going into Degenerate, Sharonton, Baldwin, Franklin, and all the way down to Bayou Vista and into Morgan City, most likely you're going to see somewhere between 6 and 8 inches of rain. And then that, of course, is going to continue on off toward the northeast as it heads off into Mississippi. And so that's kind of the direction of where the hurricane's going to go, and will take the heaviest amounts of rain with it. Flood potential, again, is generally going to be for our far eastern parishes of Louisiana, or Acadiana rather, St. Martin, Iberia, St. Mary, lower parts of St. Martin getting into Terrebonne. That's where the biggest flood risk is going to be. But can't rule out some of these rain bands that kind of whip around the backside or the north side of the tropical system could dump some locally heavy rain in a short period of time. So there could be some minor street flooding in the usual areas. When you get a heavy downpour, you sometimes get some flooding in some of those streets. So again, traveling is not really recommended over the next several hours. Hurricane track models from earlier this morning are okay right now, and it looks like it just disappeared there, so we'll go ahead and move on as we are looking at the storm surge values there off the Louisiana coast that could be as high as 10 feet, but I think that's going to be more along the Terrebonne Parish coast. But I wouldn't be surprised to see up to maybe a little over 6 feet over St. Mary, maybe up to 4 into Iberia, and probably less than 3 feet of storm surge on Vermilion Bay on the Vermilion Parish coast. But I know you folks that live down there in Erath and Delcambre, and then right there along LA 14 between Delcambre and New Iberia, south of Jefferson Island, Avery Island, those areas, Lydia, probably going to see some water coming up. Sycamore Point, I'm sure, has got some high water right now, but the storm surge is going to affect areas a little bit farther to the east. And this is actually much better on the forecast than what we were looking at earlier in the week, where we were talking about the possibility of maybe up to 9 feet over parts of Vermilion Parish. But you can see the blues represent at the minimum 1 foot above ground level, and the yellows represent 3 feet above ground level. And I know it doesn't take a whole lot of water to really screw things up, but most of Vermilion Parish in the areas that are south of the Intracoastal Waterway will pick up about 1 to 4 feet of storm surge, and then north of the Intracoastal Waterway you should probably stay 3 or less. But if you live near some of the bayous and canals, you can get that a little bit higher. So watch out for that. And we always say run from the water and hide from the wind. And unfortunately, the waters don't look to be too extreme over the western parts of Louisiana. Meanwhile, over Iberia Parish, again, everywhere south of the Intracoastal Waterway, probably going to see at least a 3-foot surge. That's what we've got in the color yellow here, and that goes all the way down to Sycamore Point. And then all the areas in the blue will also have the chance for seeing at least a foot. Now, this is Avery Island right there. It's got much higher elevation, so that's why it doesn't show up on there. But you got the Port of Iberia right about there. You usually get water that comes in whenever you have a tropical storm or hurricane. It looks like at least a foot, maybe getting up to 3. And then as you go down around the LA 83 quarter, I believe it is, down toward Lydia and Weeks Island, those areas, again, 1, maybe up to 4 feet. And then closer to the Intracoastal Waterway, once you get into St. Mary Parish, you start to see some higher storm surge values, at least in the forecast there. So let's look at St. Mary Parish. And as I said, this is not the easiest map to look at here, but everything that's shaded in orange is at least 6 feet of water above the ground level. And those little spots of red that are there down right along the coast is 9 feet or more. So we've got Baldwin, Franklin, and Morgan City and Patterson and all those areas here over the eastern part of St. Mary Parish. You are protected by the levee system. So hopefully that will hold and we won't have any problems there. But some of the canals that come on the southwest side of Franklin and some of the canals that come in there around Baldwin, we have seen some storm surge flooding there before, and there could be some storm surge flooding again out there today. I would say probably in the 3-foot range in the lower areas of Baldwin and Franklin, with the areas shaded in orange that's going to be a little bit farther outside of the city limits. So if you live on the opposite side of Highway 90, there could be some inundation there as much as 6 feet. I did want to show you, though, that we still do have a new tropical depression, believe it or not, that has formed here over the eastern part of the Atlantic Ocean. It's Tropical Depression number 7, and it's way out here. Not super concerned about it. We've got a couple of other tropical waves that we're watching that have a very low-end chance for developing. But Tropical Depression number 7, that's out over the eastern part of the Atlantic Ocean, will have a better chance for some development as we go through time. Right now, the winds there on that particular tropical depression are at 35 miles per hour. It's at 16 degrees north and 28.7 west. Moving to the west-northwest at 18 with the pressure at 1,001 millibars. Right now, it looks like it's probably going to be staying out in the middle part of the Atlantic Ocean for a number of days, so we probably shouldn't have any issues with that particular one. So as we look again at the radar, you can see that we do have the center of circulation is getting closer and closer to the coastline of St. Mary Parish. St. Mary Parish's coastline is right about there, and then it kind of edges up there to the east of Morgan City, and the line kind of goes like that, and that is St. Mary Parish right there. Terrebonne Parish is out here. This is all these coastal areas down here, and then it goes up like that. So that's your Terrebonne Parish right there. So those are the two that are threatened right now with a landfalling hurricane. And looking like where the land is here that comes sticking out of Terrebonne Parish, we are getting very close to the eye wall, making its way onshore. So very rough conditions there south of Morgan City and south of Houma. I want to take a look real quick. I want to go back and look at the hurricane cam here. This is Hurricane Francine's cam. This is from Lumcon, and this is in Cocodrie. A lot of you folks that live here in Acadiana are familiar with areas down toward Cocodrie. My son actually did a lot of research being in the marine biology department over at UL many years ago. So you can see that the water has already been coming up. They've had minor coastal flooding so far, but there's going to be more to come as Hurricane Francine continues to make its way closer and closer to the coast. And once it gets off toward the northeast a little bit more and gets over land, it will eventually weaken, but it's still going to be able to pull a considerable amount of water into portions of Terrebonne and St. Mary Parish. And I do think that those storm surge values down into Terrebonne Parish could possibly go as high as 10 feet as Hurricane Francine continues to move on in. So that's what we're looking at right now. I'm going to have another update coming up at the top of the hour. If you want to, you can go check out my social media pages. Before, I would like you to like and subscribe to my channel and also turn on the notifications. That way you know when all of the different shows happen right here on Acadiana Weather Today. But if you go to my Facebook page at Meteorologist Dave Baker, or you can search Acadiana Weather Today in the search bar, or on X, formerly known as Twitter, I'm at Dave Baker TV. If you have any observations where you are, if you're in Morgan City or if you're in parts of Terrebonne Parish or maybe the southern parts there of Lafourche, if you're listening from that far out, or any of the other parishes that are there over southeastern Louisiana, Assumption, St. James, Ascension, Iberville, East and West Baton Rouge parishes. If you've got some observations that you've seen, gusty winds, maybe rainfall amounts, put those in the comment sections on my social media pages, or you can also drop those down in the live chat that we have here at the bottom of the screen here on this live broadcast. So if you live over there in southeastern Louisiana, I would love to hear from you. Those are my social media pages. Please follow along. And also, if you do got some information Drop that down in the comment sections on some of the posts, and also include your location as well as the time. Well, I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'm going to put it back here on the webcam real quick, and I'm going to leave it there. We'll put it on the loop for a while and play the music, and I will be back at the top of the hour with more on Hurricane Francine. If we get any kind of warning, such as a tornado warning, or if we get word that it is starting to make landfall, I'll jump right in here, but I'll continue to bring you updates throughout the afternoon and evening. And as Hurricane Francine moves northward toward the capital city, if you're over there toward Baton Rouge, I plan on staying on during the evening hours as well. So I'm meteorologist Dave Baker, and I will be talking to you soon. Hi, Acadiana. I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker. As we continue the coverage of Hurricane Francine, you are looking at a webcam here from Cocodrie. This is live from LumCon, and I've got the link to this webcam down in the description below if you want to check that out for yourself. Thanks for joining me here on this Wednesday afternoon as we continue to watch Hurricane Francine come in. We have been very fortunate over most of Acadiana. We've seen some light rain, we've seen some breezy conditions. Farther out to the west, hardly any rain, but as you get down into portions of St. Mary Parish, things really do deteriorate quickly if you're heading in that direction. So still some pretty gusty winds and tropical storm force winds along the coast of Vermilion, Iberia, and going over into St. Mary Parish too, and eventually Terrebonne Parish, where Cocodrie is here. You can see there's been some coastal flooding going on, and those waters are going to continue to come up over the next several hours as the system makes landfall. Now, I did want to point out the coordinates there on the left-hand side of your screen. That's an update for 3 o'clock. 28.9 north and 91.5 west. Winds are currently at 90 miles per hour, and the pressure at 975 millibars. So that's one tick down when it comes to the pressure, but we're still not expecting any significant increase in intensity as it is starting to battle some wind shear and some dry air on the west side. The eye is kind of elliptical and kind of wobbling around right now. But just from the latest advisory we have here, it says that the eye wall is now nearing southern Louisiana, and hurricane force winds on the northern side of that eye wall are starting to move in. We've got an oil platform report east of the center reporting a wind of 74 miles per hour and a peak gust of 92, and that was at an elevation of 102 feet off the surface. Over at Eugene Island, sustained winds 54 miles per hour with a peak gust at 70. So it is still going to remain with its intensity of 90 miles per hour. Now moving to the northeast at about 17, so it's moving at a pretty good clip right now, and I think we're going to be seeing a landfall here very, very soon. It's getting caught up in a trough that's kind of moving across Texas here in the mid-levels, and that's going to help to pull it inland and push it across Mississippi as we go into the overnight time period. Closer view, you can see that there's some of that dry air that's starting to get entrained around the back side of this, and it's actually working its way all the way around. So it's struggling out there, but it's kind of maintaining itself over some very warm waters, and because it's battling some other environmental conditions, even though those water temperatures are fairly warm there off the coast of Louisiana, I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole bunch of intensification or really anything that's going to be picking up on getting it any stronger before making landfall. And there's a final look at the hurricane as it continues to move its way inland. So let's look at the radar here. And again, we are seeing the eye of the hurricane, at least the northern eye wall, is now starting to touch the Terrebonne Parish coast. So Terrebonne Parish is right in here, and then it kind of comes around like that and comes in like that. We also have a flood warning that's in effect now for St. Mary Parish, and that goes all the way to the Iberia Parish line, as they've seen quite a bit of rain that's moved in. So the eye of the hurricane is actually moving there with that wobble and that elongated kind of elliptical look. Areas over toward Grand Isle probably picking up some really good winds right now and some significant storm surge as well. And most likely we're going to be seeing some rough stuff there between Baton Rouge and New Orleans as we go into the evening hours. It is forecast to kind of lift its way off toward the northeast like this, and then maybe more of a northerly jog as it heads over into portions of Mississippi. So it is a significant hurricane. It's a Category 1, but boy, have we been lucky on the backside of this hurricane over toward Lake Charles. Other than maybe some widely scattered showers that are kind of spinning off the back of this, we're really not seeing any precipitation off to the west. And I know all of our friends down in Cameron Parish really breathing a sigh of relief. Some of the forecasts that we were looking at on Sunday and Monday, of course, expecting a landfall a little bit farther to the west early in the week, they're getting more of the offshore flow right now. So as far as the heavy amounts of rain locally, it looks like right now the heaviest amounts are continuing here over portions of Vermilion Parish. Down toward Intracoastal City, Abbeville, Pecan Island, up toward Delcambre, you've got a pretty heavy band of rain that's kind of wrapping its way around the back of the hurricane and moving off toward the south now with some of that rain there. And then, of course, we're talking about this flood warning that's here over portions of St. Mary Parish. Looks like it's going to stay in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Flash flooding is going to be possible. Looks like they've seen 2 to 4 inches of rain, and another 1 to 3 inches could be coming down. And you got to remember, those folks got a lot of rain in the previous rain event that we had just last week. I know last week seems like forever ago, but it wasn't that long that we were having some pretty saturated grounds in St. Mary, Iberia, and on into Lafayette Parish as well. So we do have a flood warning there. Other areas are going to start to see more rain pulling in, especially up toward the capital city. And I think areas there going into portions of the Bayou parishes, particularly down into Ascension Parish and Assumption Parish, Iberville, East and West Baton Rouge, St. James, Lafourche, down to Terrebonne and St. John and St. Charles Parish will be getting the brunt of this hurricane. And then as it turns a little bit more toward the north, perhaps there, Lake Maurepas, western part of Lake Pontchartrain, Livingston, Tangipahoa, St. Helena Parish, probably will be seeing a little bit more action than what we're seeing here in the immediate Acadiana area. So that is going to continue to move off toward the north-northeast. We do have a tornado watch, though, that's in effect for Iberia, St. Martin, and St. Mary Parish, and then our parishes off to the east, including Iberville, Assumption, Ascension, getting down into Terrebonne, as well as Lafourche parishes. So we do have that tornado watch and that severe weather threat that's going to be over southeastern portions of Louisiana. So even though those of us here in Acadiana are not seeing quite the brunt of this storm, it's only about 40 to 50 miles to the east where you start to run into some problems. And because the storm is dealing with a lot of wind shear right now, when you get those changes in wind speeds and direction as you go aloft, that can create quite a bit of a lot of uncertainty, or rather an unstable air mass, though. A lot of volatility, that was the word I was looking for, moving off toward the northeast into the southeastern part of Louisiana. So that's why that tornado watch is currently in effect. Some of those winds are going to be damaging, especially east of the area. I think most of us in Acadiana are fine, with the exception of the coastal areas of Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes. And we still have a hurricane warning that's in effect for those parishes shaded in the bright red, and a tropical storm warning is in effect for those areas in the darker red. Of course, those are going to be dropped pretty quickly after the storm moves inland and we start to move into the evening hours with some weakening there. Now, that is the latest forecast cone. The numbers are from the 1 o'clock advisory, but we've been getting 1 hour updates on the intensity and the position of the hurricane. So the numbers there at the bottom there of the graphic are a little bit different than the numbers you see there on the left-hand side of the screen. We are going to get a new cone at 4 o'clock, but I don't think that's really going to matter a whole lot, as the storm is already starting to make landfall, at least on its northern edge. So the tropical storm force winds are not far from Lafayette, pushing off toward the southeast and eastward. That's where we're going to see more of the tropical storm force winds, and the hurricane force winds are going to be reserved more for areas right along the coast and south of the intracoastal waterway. But with some of those tropical bands that wrap around, again, with that tornado watch in effect, some of those thunderstorms could produce some brief wind gusts that would go over 75 miles per hour. So seeing hurricane force winds over southeastern Louisiana still somewhat likely, especially with some of those bigger thunderstorms. And the rainfall totals are going to be quite extreme too, especially down into St. Mary Parish and eastward into Terrebonne. We could see anywhere between 6 and 8 inches of rain there. Here in Lafayette, that 4 to 6, I think it's going to be considerably less. I think we're going to be in the 1.5 to 2 inch range once the rain does stop, although there are still going to be some decent bands of rain rotating around the west side of the eye of the hurricane, which will eventually drop down to a tropical storm later on. But there's still a flood threat for the southeastern part of Louisiana, and that will continue into the overnight hours as well. Storm surge is still going to be an issue, and we have storm surge warnings that are still in effect for most of the Louisiana coastline. Fortunately, it hasn't been quite as bad down in Vermilion Parish. At least the forecast is still calling for maybe 3 to 4 as we get south of the intracoastal waterway. Iberia Parish could see a little bit more, but most of these areas are now starting to see an offshore flow. So I'm thinking that things are going to start to get a little bit easier on you there into parts of Iberia and Vermilion. Now, on the St. Mary Parish coast, the eastern part might still be dealing with some coastal flooding, but the western part of St. Mary Parish will probably start to see some relief as the northerly winds are now kicking in behind the backside of the eye of the hurricane, and it's going to be more of a storm surge issue for areas over toward Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes and Lower Jefferson there, because that's where Grand Isle is. So we're going to see some coastal flooding that's going to be happening in that area as well. So going back to the radar one more time, we can see that the heavy rains and those bands are coming on shore, but as we get through time, even though we're probably still getting some coastal flooding coming up the Atchafalaya River, very, very soon the backside of that eye wall is going to be coming in, and that should start to pull the waters away from the coast. So you will be in much better shape there in St. Mary Parish. Unfortunately, into Terrebonne Parish, you're going to be dealing with more of the storm surge flooding here coming up in the next several hours. And then the wind and the severe thunderstorms are going to be possible with those bands coming around over parts of southeastern Louisiana, going up between Baton Rouge and New Orleans a little bit later on. Did want to pull up the Hammond radar, see if we've got a little bit better resolution there. And wow, you can see some of the heavy rains that are now coming in here right along that I-10 corridor there between Laplace and then going back to around Gonzales. And that is going to be wrapping around along the I-10. So very heavy rains there. And then another band and then another band after that. So the folks that live there are going to be dealing with the heavy rains for quite some time. And then over here farther to the east, New Orleans East, and then over Lake Pontchartrain, these are the areas where I think we'll have a better chance for getting some severe weather, such as some gusty winds getting up over hurricane force and maybe some tornadoes. There's a lot of volatility in the atmosphere as the hurricane comes on shore. You got friction due to the land, and then you've got the winds going in different directions aloft with the wind shear. So all of that coming together in the combination is going to bring a pretty good chance for some severe weather, and that's why that tornado watch has been posted for portions of southeastern Louisiana. So the hurricane cam here appears to be still going, and I'm going to keep this thing up. There's a down in the description below on this live stream, I've got a number of different links, a lot of the graphics that I use, a lot of the satellites I use. I encourage those who watch Let's Talk Tropics to kind of look through those, maybe play around, try to figure out their own forecast and do so a little bit of armchair meteorology. But man, looking at the webcam here, that water is continuing to get higher and higher. But again, you are all the way down at the end of the road there in Cocodrie. So that kind of sticks out there in the marshes of Terrebonne Parish. So not surprising that we're seeing the coastal flooding there. And we'll have to wait and see what the final results are on some of the storm surge flooding. But I would assume that most of coastal Terrebonne Parish is going to be seeing a storm surge of at least 6 feet, if not more, probably getting up to around 10 feet. So I'm going to have another update coming back at the top of the hour, and we'll have some new coordinates, and we're also going to have a new forecast cone and a discussion from the National Hurricane Center, and most likely we're going to have the full landfalling hurricane by the time we get to 4 or maybe 5 o'clock later on. And then as the storm starts to pull inland, it's going to get a bit scary for eastern and southeastern parts of Louisiana, mainly because all of these gusty winds and strong thunderstorms that are wrapping around the northern eye wall will be coming in after it gets dark. So things do get a little more interesting, but fortunately this is moving at a pretty good clip now off to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. So it's going to get in and it's going to get out, and we should start to see improving conditions overnight tonight and going into tomorrow. Of course, I do invite you to visit my social media pages. Of course, like this video and subscribe to the channel and turn those notifications on. Even though we won't be talking as much about tropical weather affecting us as we finish off the week, I do a morning show called Acadiana Weather Today, short morning chat of your weather conditions and how they're going to affect your day. And then we do a live Let's Talk Tropics every weekday afternoon at noon. Follow my social media pages on Facebook. I'm at Meteorologist Dave Baker, or search Acadiana Weather Dave Baker Acadiana Weather Today. On X, formerly known as Twitter, I'm at Dave Baker TV. And right here on YouTube, I'm at Acadiana Weather Today. Please share these with your friends, and hopefully we won't have any more hurricanes coming in our direction. But if we do, I can get you updated on all you need to know about any tropical weather that's out there. Before I let you go, though, I did want to show you one other thing. We do have a new tropical depression that is formed in the far eastern part of the Atlantic Ocean, right there. That is Tropical Depression number 7. Right now, it does not look like it's going to be a threat to the Gulf Coast, although it is going to be more on a westerly direction and possibly moving into the central part of the Atlantic farther down the road, perhaps in that direction. But we'll have to see what's going on over here on the U.S. continent to see where number 7 is going to go, but we've got a lot of time to watch that one, so no worries on that one right now. I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker. I'll see you again at the top of the hour with the next update and a new forecast cone. You are watching Acadiana Weather Today's Let's Talk Tropics live stream covering Hurricane Francine making landfall here in Louisiana. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. 4 o'clock. It's the new time that we've got another update here from the National Hurricane Center. You've been watching the radar there as the hurricane is now making landfall there over parts of Terrebonne Parish, but it does appear that the hurricane's northern eye wall is right there getting very close to Morgan City, Amelia, Morgan City, and then going over to around Berwick and into Bayou Vista. You've got some extreme rains that are coming down right now, and those are going to continue to wrap around. So down into the southern parts of St. Mary Parish, you are going to be seeing the weather going really downhill very quickly, and we could see some pretty strong winds out there as well. In fact, we have seen some pretty good winds. Patterson, at least in the last hour, reporting a 49-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is probably going to go up, but that was from 3 o'clock. We also had some other wind gusts here in Lafayette, 33 the wind gust, New Iberia about 31, but the pressures are down quite a bit in those areas, at least farther toward the southeast, and we've had a considerable amount of rain that's come down as well. So a flood warning is in effect there for much of St. Mary Parish, and I wouldn't be surprised to see another flood warning go up for parts of Terrebonne Parish. But I did want to show you the hurricane cam here. This is live. This is in the eye wall in Cocodrie. And real quick, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at here, Cocodrie is right, let's see, let me get that, move this down here like this. And Cocodrie is right at the very end of the road here, south of Dulac. So that is about where Cocodrie is. So they're about ready to poke into the actual eye. They are in the eye wall right now. So when you look at this webcam here, you can see this is where the winds are going to be the strongest. Hurricane Francine is still packing 90-mile-per-hour winds. So as you look at that webcam, you can see that the wind is incredible, and they've also got the storm surge that's coming in. There's been coastal flooding there all morning, but so far you can see that the flooding is really starting to pile on, not just with the heavy rains, but also the storm surge too. So I want to go in, I'm just going to leave the webcam up here because I'm trying to get some information that's updated here on the National Hurricane Center's forecast. But one of the things that I wanted to point out is that the earlier update that we had at 10 o'clock said that the eye was 40 miles wide. It doesn't have the eye wall diameter on this new advisory, but 29.2 north and 91.5 west is where the hurricane is right now, and it's moving to the northeast, and it looks like it is moving to the northeast at about let's see, 17 miles per hour. So it is moving at a pretty good clip compared to what we were looking at earlier. But the forecast advisory is saying that the estimated minimum central pressure has dropped down to 972 millibars. Now, I will let you know, based on where the hurricane is right now, the center of circulation, those hurricane force winds go 35 miles to the northeast and 35 miles to the southeast. So if you're up in Morgan City or Amelia, most likely you are starting to see some of those hurricane force winds starting to come on shore. So as we go back to the radar here, and yeah, Roy, it is still a hurricane. It is a Category 1 with winds at 90 miles per hour, but you can see as we get really in close here, right around the eye wall is right now starting to make its way into Morgan City. So remember, I said that we're talking about a 35-mile distance to the north and northeast of where the center is. So if we go to the center here and we go out about 35 miles, so those are the hurricane force winds right there. So the hurricane force winds are just to the south of Morgan City, but you can see that this is starting to lift back to kind of to the north here. So this part of the eye wall right here might make its way up to the Highway 90 corridor. It's definitely making its way into Dulac and also into Cocodrie as we speak right now. But as we kind of look here at the Lumcon cam, once again, and forgive me if I got a lot of different graphics that I have on here. So if you notice here, not only are you seeing the storm surge flooding, and I'm amazed. Thank you, LUMCON, for having this. This is from the University of Louisiana system. And I'll tell you what, you can see now that you're starting to get a little bit brighter as the very heavy rains are coming in, and you could see on the tops of the water there, if you look really close, you could see some white caps. So you're talking about, these are probably where those 90-mile-per-hour sustained winds are going to be. That camera must be very secure because it doesn't seem to be wobbling a whole lot. But boy, can you see how that's blowing in there like that? I believe this camera is facing eastward, so the hurricane would be coming from behind the camera. So what you're looking at there is the eye wall currently as it moves over southern Louisiana into Terrebonne parish. So I'll keep it up here for just a couple of more minutes here and see if we get any brightness, as the eye will be passing right over this camera. So let me just go over a few of the different things from this latest discussion that we've gotten from the National Hurricane Center. It says that it is staying well organized according to the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft. And look, I'm reading this discussion as I'm telling you about it. So this is the first time I'm getting my eyes on the discussion. So the pressure did fall a little bit to 972 millibars, and on the flight level, winds were about 99 knots, which is getting up to about 115 miles per hour. But again, that is above. That's not right down at the surface. That's at flight level. It is moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. Not expecting any change in strength, but again, 100 mile per hour winds is what we've got on the initial. So it has strengthened just a little bit. I have not made the change there on the left. So 100 mile per hour winds is where we are right now. So it is making landfall as a Category 2 hurricane. So again, we were talking about maybe there might be a little bit of strengthening, but not very likely. But it does appear that we've got those winds now up to 100 miles per hour. So again, as we're watching the video here, I'm kind of going back and forth. So I'm looking at this monitor here, and I'm looking at the camera over on this side too, and watching the hurricane come in, those 90 mile per hour. But notice how it is starting to get a little bit brighter. So I'm wondering if they're going to be getting into the eye wall here. So 100 mile per hour winds with this hurricane as it's currently making landfall. So again, I'm going to go ahead and leave the radar up here and try to get a little bit of an update on that particular wind speed here, and the winds there at 100 miles per hour. So there you go, 100 miles per hour is our landfalling hurricane right now. So we do have a significant system moving onshore this time around. And we are looking at, and I'm just getting the information there. Adrian, Justin, thanks for reminding me. I'm doing this all at one time. So I've been hitting refresh for the last 15 minutes so I could try to get all the updates. So I managed to get the coordinates updated. I got the pressure updated, but I didn't get the winds updated. So Category 2 is going to be the official landfall, and it looks like officially landfall is going to be there on the Terrebonne Parish coast, but there could be, again, northwest of the eye center, about 25 nautical miles is how far out the hurricane force winds go. So it is possible we could see some hurricane force winds very close to the areas right around Morgan City, and we're probably already seeing those hurricane force winds reaching their way into Cocodrie. And again, there's a quick look at that webcam, and that is the eye wall. And this is what I really love about all of the webcams. Out of all of the hurricanes that I have gone through and forecast over the last 30 years, I've always been inside a windowless building. So I love having all of these webcams here, especially when they're secured like what we're seeing here with LUMCON, because you can barely see the camera moving at all. But the fact that I'm sure they've got some good generator backup, because I can't imagine that the power is on there, especially with the storm surge flooding that's coming in. And I will say, if you look over there on the kind of the left-hand side, let me see if my telestrator's working here, right about in here. I've been watching this very slowly disappear over the last several hours. And I'm kind of looking at this pickup truck down here too. So the water looks like it's up to the bottom of the truck, maybe the top of the tires. I don't know how big that truck is. So I mean, you're probably talking about at least 3 feet of water that's coming in there right now. and with that storm surge pulling on in. Fortunately, down there, most of the camps that are there are elevated above the water there, so usually most of those can take on a good 10-foot storm surge and still not have any water get into the camps there. But Lumcon, thank you again very much from the University of Louisiana system, bringing us this live camera. And if you want to watch this later on, I've got the link in the description below, so go ahead and check that out. But it is amazing to be able to watch this live as it makes its way onshore. So yeah, Category 2 with winds at 100 miles per hour. I want to go back to the radar again so we can kind of look in here kind of a little deeper into the hurricane. There's another flood watch, as we kind of expected there with the heavy rains coming in. Again, where that webcam is probably right about there. So I do think we're going to start to see at least the rain stopping there as the eye wall moves off. It's been wobbling off toward the northeast. Morgan City right here, Amelia right here, and this right here is Highway 90 going down. That's the old Highway 90, by the way, going down to Houma. And then, of course, you got the new Highway 90 that kind of slides across like that. So Highway 90 and the old Highway 90, which is LA 182 going down into Houma, is inundated with the heavy rain, as well as our friends down in Morgan City and down toward Patterson and Bayou Vista as well. Also in around Calumet is probably seeing some extreme rains. Lake Palourde, and then going into the southern part of lower St. Martin Parish, perhaps you're starting to get some rough stuff up toward Bell River. Gibson, and then eastward over toward Donner, and then going down into Houma, and then farther down to the south, Cocodrie, Dulac, Chauvin, Montague, and also Bayou Blue is going to be seeing that. Also the town of Gray and Shriver will be seeing the very heavy rains and the gusty winds, and possibly Thibodaux could get in on the action of that hurricane's eye coming up here in just a little bit. So you can see that Thibodaux, by the way, is right here. So they're starting to get into the heavier precipitation there on the edge of the eye wall, and Houma is right there. And of course, Chauvin, Montague, and Dulac down to the south. So the eye of the hurricane is now making its way onshore, and winds are currently at 100 miles per hour. So it is a Category 2 hurricane making landfall here in South Louisiana. And I know the forecast was kind of going back and forth between Category 1, Category 2. So 90 is Category 1, 100 is Category 2. But when you're talking about wind speeds like that, it's very hard to tell the difference between the two. But what's interesting about hurricanes when they come in is they look so huge when they're on the radar. So we'll go ahead and pull out here. And I will tell you, I'm going to go ahead and kind of take a look at the Lake Charles radar real quick. If you notice, the Lake Charles radar is not picking up any precipitation on the south side of this system. And I'm going to go over here to Mobile too, and it really isn't picking up any activity on the south side of this either. So perhaps as this makes its way inland, most of the rain is going to be on the northern side of the hurricane. So that is the radar from Hammond. It's the closest in, and New Orleans is also going to be taking on some very heavy rain. There's New Orleans right there, and then the areas between New Orleans going up to Baton Rouge. That's the I-10 corridor there. So some of our friends that are over on the other side of the Atchafalaya Basin, over into Assumption, Ascension, St. James, Lafourche, and Terrebonne parishes are going to be dealing with this. Right now, it is still expected to turn a little bit more toward the north in the extended period. So East and West Baton Rouge Parish could be dealing with that. It's a high population area there between the western edges of New Orleans, off the west side of Lake over toward Lake Pontchartrain, and then pushing off toward the west, continuing to move over toward the Baton Rouge area. So we do have a significant storm that is moving onshore. We have been blessed here over the western part of the Acadiana region, not just this time, but many other times over the past several years. You got to remember that the folks that live here in this area were hit with Hurricane Ida just 3 years ago. So just a little over 3 years ago, they were hit by Hurricane Ida. And as far as Roy, you're asking the question, it should slow down after hitting land. Well, the intensity will start to drop, but because it's being picked up by see if I can get another different kind of a satellite image here, as it's getting picked up by more of a trough that's here across northern Texas. It's about right in this area here. That's going to tend to pull it a little bit quicker to the north, and that's why we've been seeing the forward speed much faster compared to what we were seeing earlier. So let's go back to the webcam here, and again, yeah, starting to look a little bit clearer there as it's starting to emerge into the eye of the hurricane. Hurricane Francine there moving through Cocodrie at this hour at 4 o'clock. We are looking at a Category 2 hurricane that has made landfall. So those of you who are just joining, and if you're watching the bottom of the screen with the crawl, I haven't got a chance to update that quite yet. So some of the information that's there on the bottom of the screen is going to be somewhat outdated until I can stop and get in here and get those numbers back up. And get all of the different information that's on this crawl here. I'm noticing I also have a misspelling. Forgive me on that, because I am a team of one here right now. So Category 2 hurricane with winds at 100 miles per hour, now starting to make its way onto the coast of Terrebonne Parish. There is a look at the webcam, and the webcam is starting to show some very gusty winds, but also it looks like we're starting to maybe edge our way into the eye wall there. So we're probably going to be starting to see some clearing. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that up there for you here for just a couple of minutes, and we're going to continue to watch that as we go through time. So hopefully the crawl there at the bottom now has the update with Category 2 with winds at 100 miles per hour. Getting back over to the radar again, and I need to zoom this in a little bit more as we are looking at, let's take this one off right here, going in here real close to Morgan City. So our friends, if there's anybody that's got power that's able to watch us from down there in Morgan City, if you've got any information, go ahead and put that in the live chat there down at the bottom, or if you follow my social media pages, you're more than welcome to put some comments down there. Also got some friends that are at KBZE, which is 105.9 FM The Breeze. They have been doing, they've been broadcasting some of the forecasts as long as they're still broadcasting right now, but they've been broadcasting some of my forecasts down there. So hopefully there's a few of you who are able to catch that there. Got a lot of friends that live particularly down in Berwick that are friends of mine that are down there. So hopefully they are hanging tight as the eye wall passes just to the south of them. The eye wall will continue to lift off toward the northeast. So towns like Montague and Houma, Thibodaux, Shriver, Raceland, over toward Lockport, you are going to be seeing more of the very heavy rains, and then eventually this is going to be lifting to the north, and you've got a much more populated area here along the Mississippi River, along the I-10 corridor, east and west of the Mississippi River there, Donaldsonville, Sereno, Gonzales, St. Gabriel, French Settlement, all of those areas there that are down into Ascension Parish, east and west Baton Rouge Parish, then Assumption Parish that's a little bit farther down toward the south, getting closer there toward Thibodaux and Morgan City. It kind of sticks there just to the east of Lower St. Martin Parish. That would be Pankerville, and also over toward Pierre Part. That's in Assumption Parish, I believe, and all of that is going to be wrapping around. The eye wall, again, starting to make its way in. The webcam that we have been watching is right about here on the corner of this flood warning box. So I'll kind of zip it back over to the webcam once again. The webcam is up. I'm sorry, I have had it on this dual mode here. So as I'm drawing all over the radar right now, I'm seeing that I've left the webcam up this time. So real quick look, there is the radar, and right at the corner of that radar is where that webcam is. So right about in this area right here in the corner, that's where the webcam is, and you can see that's where that band of rain is coming in. That is the northern eye wall. Now remember, the center of circulation making its way on land, the center here, and we've also had some signs that at least from the National Hurricane Center, that the winds, the hurricane force winds, by the way, go out from the center of circulation northeast of the hurricane, northeast of the eye wall, about 35 miles. So if we just kind of pat that right there and we go out here, so that's 35 miles from the center. So Dulac and Cocodrie, you're getting hurricane force winds, and just south of Morgan City and Amelia. If this lifts northward, you folks are going to be dealing with the northern or perhaps the western part of the eye wall. So that hurricane warning does remain in effect now for St. Mary Parish as well as lower parts of St. Martin. Now back to the northwest, even though we're getting these incredible winds that are here in lower parts of St. Mary Parish, when you get out to the west over towards Sharonton, the wind speeds really drop off fairly quickly. And in fact, over in New Iberia, let me see if I can get a refresh on this. Down in New Iberia, so far it looks like the best wind gust we've had is about 37, maybe 38 miles per hour, 32 in the last 5 minutes, and a sustained wind at about 25 miles per hour. So even those of us who live up here in Lafayette, even though it's been a relatively calm day with very little rain, we've had light rain pretty much most of the day. Remember, as the hurricane starts to move farther inland, the eye wall is going to be a lot closer as the crow flies to Lafayette. So even though it's been somewhat just breezy here, as the hurricane does tend to move off toward the north like this, northeast like that, the western side of that eye wall is going to be coming over the basin areas of eastern parts of St. Martin and Iberia parishes. So we'll probably see our wind speeds picking up here in Lafayette over the next several hours or so, and then things will improve as we go into the nighttime period. But just a little observation from Lafayette. We've got light rain right now with a temperature of 77, winds north-northeast at 18 with gusts up to 26. Looks like we've had a few gusts getting up to 35, but I don't see anything in here that shows that we've seen a tropical storm force breeze yet. Here in Lafayette, that would be 39 miles per hour. So down in Patterson, and let's see if they're still up and running. 415, 75 degrees the temperature, 39 mile per hour sustained wind with gusts at 55 miles per hour. So 39 mile per hour wind is pretty brisk, but when you start getting wind gusts getting up over 60 miles per hour, then you're going to start to deal with some damage. 55 is pretty strong, but usually when you're talking about a severe thunderstorm warning, you're looking at a wind of 60 miles per hour or higher when it comes to a severe thunderstorm. But I do know that other winds that are lower than that can easily make their way in and also do some damage as well. Going back to the hurricane cam, those winds are quite strong. It does seem to be looking a little bit brighter there. So we'll go kind of back and forth between the two, and I'll be going back to that in just a little bit. Did want to show you, though, that there is still a damaging wind threat for parts of Iberia, St. Mary, Terrebonne, Lower St. Martin, Assumption Parish, Lafourche, and then going over to around Ascension Parish and the lower parts of Iberville too. And then areas over toward Baton Rouge and maybe even the North Shore could see some winds getting as high as tropical storm force as the system continues to move inland over the next several hours. Hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings, they do remain in effect for all of the bright red parishes. That's a hurricane warning, and the darker red is a tropical storm warning. So even though we haven't seen a lot of action here in Lafayette and points westward, we are still under a tropical storm warning. We could still see some winds as high as tropical storm force. If you live off toward the east or southeast, you have a better chance of seeing those stronger tropical storm force winds, and areas that are under a hurricane warning are likely to see at least gusts getting up to hurricane force. So even though we've seen some shifts in the track and it did strengthen a little bit there at the end, so we're up to 100 miles per hour, so it has gone stronger. If you're under a hurricane warning, you should expect hurricane conditions. If you're under a tropical storm warning, you should expect tropical storm conditions. So you still need to hunker down and be prepared just as the way you were earlier. So let's see if we can get some more information. I'm going to go ahead and do a refresh on this and see if it goes up. There you go, 29.2 north and 91.5 west. Winds 100, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. The cone really doesn't matter much as far as a landfall. And we still think the track is going to continue to lift northward. You see how it kind of turns more toward the due north in the extended forecast there. But remember, the forecast cone is only as wide as some of the historical margins of errors. So we're looking at about 66 to 67%, 2/3 of all tropical systems end up staying within that cone. Now, sometimes they can go on the left edge of the cone, sometimes they can go on the right edge of the cone. But if you look there, you see those tropical storm force winds extend considerably farther out away from the cone. So just because you're not in the cone now doesn't mean you're not going to be seeing tropical storm force winds. And the darker orange that's right by the X there, those are the hurricane force winds, and the hurricane force winds are of course going to be right there around the center of circulation. So the wind probabilities, now this is from the earlier advisory. Let me see if I can get a refresh on this one here. And if we do get a refresh, it should, no, it's not gonna, oh, that's 4 o'clock, yeah. So everywhere in the pink that you're seeing there, that pink to purple, that's a 80, 90 to a 100% chance that tropical storm force winds will occur. So that does cover pretty much all of Iberia, St. Mary, and St. Martin parishes. So you'll probably see some 40-mile-per-hour winds or greater in those areas. And then here, as we look at the hurricane force winds, get the refresh on this one too. So the hurricane force winds are going to be confined much, much closer to the center of circulation. Now this has updated, but there's better than a 50 to 60% chance that hurricane force winds will affect the eastern part of St. Mary Parish and then going into much of Terrebonne Parish. I want to check back in with the hurricane cam real quick. Still got some rain coming there in Cocodrie, but a lot of wind. That is still a live cam, believe it or not. And you can see how strong those winds are. You see those little white caps on the water and the coastal flooding. And if you've been watching for a while, especially here on the left-hand side of your screen, we saw a lot of, at least the ground there, but now more and more and more of that is disappearing. So that's an indication that those storm surge waters are still coming in, and the eye wall is right there. We, I believe, are facing eastward on this particular thing, because if I remember correctly where Lumcon is, because I've stayed in a camp down there before that was just up the road, and also my son did research while he was at UL in the marine biology department. So I'm pretty sure that roadway is out here, and if I remember correctly, that Lumcon is on the west side of that road, so this should be facing off toward the east. But if you look up here, you see how you're seeing some of those brighter clouds? So I don't think we're going to see clear skies as the eye wall goes over, but it is going to brighten up, and you're also going to be seeing the rainfall disappearing and kind of pushing off into the distance. So definitely we're going to be seeing some interesting pictures here in just a little bit. So let me go back over to the radar once again, and we'll kind of let this roll along. And I did want to read a little bit more of the discussion and give you some more information. So you folks down there in southern parts of St. Mary Parish, Morgan City and Amelia, and over into Terrebonne Parish along the Highway 90 corridor from Cocodrie up to Dulac and Homa, you are in the thick of it right now, and the west side of that eye wall is going to be pulling onshore as well. So we should be getting an official landfall here very, very soon. So let's go ahead and refresh it once again. I'm going to get the public advisory here. And it says that the eye is still, at least at the 4 o'clock advisory, was approaching the coast, and the center of circulation was only 40 miles south-southwest of Morgan City. Those winds 100 miles per hour, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. Storm surge warning is still in effect from the Vermilion-Cambridge Parish line eastward to the Mississippi-Alabama border. That includes Vermilion Bay, Lake Maurepas, as well as Lake Pontchartrain. Hurricane warning is in effect for the Louisiana coast from the Vermilion-Cameron Parish line eastward to Grand Isle. And a tropical storm warning is in effect on the Louisiana coast from Cameron to the Vermilion Parish line, and then also east of Grand Isle to the Alabama-Florida border. A storm surge warning will continue to stay in effect as well. And those hurricane warnings, of course, mean that hurricane conditions are possible within that warning area. And the same goes for tropical storm storm force winds. So the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft indicating that the sustained winds are now 100 miles per hour. We're not expecting any strengthening because the storm is currently making landfall. But man, it has battled some wind shear. It's battled some dry air. So actually a little bit surprised that this was able to make it to 100 miles per hour prior to landfall. And I'll tell you, this hurricane season has been very, very unusual. And I had said it a million times leading up to Hurricane Francine making landfall that you really can't rule anything out. We had all the indications this is going to be a super busy season, and so far we're on, well, actually number 7 now because we have Tropical Depression number 7 out off the African coast. But this time of the year, you would normally be about 8 or 9 in a normal season, and we were expecting a very busy season. So with all of the things that were available out there for hurricanes to develop, and we just didn't see a whole lot, for that very reason, I start to wonder, okay, well, are these hurricanes, when they get going to be able to battle what they've been battling and still manage to be a significant storm as they make their way onshore? So we'll have to watch those things very closely and also wonder, August and September is normally the 2 very busiest months. Is something going to happen this year that it's going to be September, October instead? So we don't know. Those are just some guesses out there, but you have to speculate that eventually something's going to have to come around and we're going to be seeing more and more storms coming in. So I'm going to shove it back there to the webcam and let you look at that. Also wanted to talk a little bit about some of the other conditions that we're seeing. This discussion has a lot on here. So storm surge. Burns Point was expecting about a 5 to 10 foot storm surge. You're probably seeing the waters pull away now. Over toward Port Fourchon, about 4 to 7 feet. You're also looking at storm surge values getting up to 10 feet over parts of Terrebonne parish. So those tropical storm and hurricane conditions are going to continue. And you could also see several inches of rain. Oil platform southeast of the center recently reporting a sustained wind of 79 miles per hour and a peak gust of 93. Now that was at 82 feet off of the surface of the Gulf of Mexico. And over at the Eugene Island reporting station, sustained winds of 76 miles per hour with a wind gust of 99. So that's just in the last hour, according to the National Hurricane Center. So Hurricane Francine is continuing to make its way onshore as a Category 2 hurricane with winds at 100 miles per hour. There's a look at the webcam there over Cocodrie, and you can see the winds whipping there on the storm surge flooding that is currently taking place. And we're probably going to see some brighter conditions because this camera most likely is going to be working its way inside of the eye very, very soon. So we're going back over here to the radar, and that camera that's in Cocodrie is right about in there. So it's kind of on the edge of the eye wall. We're seeing a little bit more convection kind of pulling around. So until we get the eye wall start to make its way there off toward the east, or we might be even seeing a bit of a wobble as it's starting to turn maybe more toward the north. That is a possibility as well. But anywhere between Morgan City and Raceland along that Highway 90 corridor and southward into Terrebonne Parish, that is where the extreme weather is right now. And also notice here for our friends that are over in western parts of St. Mary Parish and in the eastern parts of Iberia Parish, be on the lookout for what's kind of wrapping around the back here of the eye wall, and that's right at about Franklin. So you're probably getting some decent winds and some decent rains there. And if the hurricane starts to make more of a northerly turn, you have to remember that this part of the eye wall will eventually start to work its way into parts of Iberia and St. Martin Parish. Now I think the worst of the weather is going to be staying over the Atchafalaya Basin, but you can't rule out the possibility of some tropical storm force winds or maybe even some hurricane winds in gusts over parts of St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary Parish. And the reason is all 3 of those parishes are still under a hurricane warning. So hurricane conditions are still possible. And here in Lafayette and Vermilion parishes where we have a tropical storm warning, If this starts to make more of that turn a little bit more toward the north rather than off toward the northeast, then some of the western side of this could encroach on the southeastern part of Lafayette Parish and the western part of Vermilion Parish as well. So we are under tropical storm warnings here in Lafayette and also down into Vermilion Parish. So seeing tropical storm force winds reach those areas would not be surprising. So getting back over here to the hurricane cam, and again, I want to kind of see if we're getting any brightness now. It's taken a while for the inside of the eye to reach this area, although it doesn't seem like the rain is coming down quite as hard. But boy, if you really look there, you can see the winds that are whipping there across the water. And once again, for those of you who may have just joined the broadcast, there is a lot more land right here, and you see it's disappearing fairly quickly. And remember, I mentioned this truck that was sitting here in the parking lot. Earlier, it looked like the water was up to maybe the tops of the tires, but it looks like maybe the bed of the truck is starting to get underwater. So you're talking about what, 4 feet, maybe starting to get up to about 5 feet in those areas. I'm just doing an estimate, so I don't have an exact number when it comes to how high those waters are getting down there in Cocodrie, but just by looking here and kind of estimating with vehicles that are there, we're probably looking at least a 3 to 4 foot storm surge right now. And that could pick up even more over the next couple of hours. You see those winds seeing there on the surface. You like that, Nick's ER. It's really those bursts of winds that continue to whip around. There's a lot of volatility in the atmosphere there because not only do you have got the eye wall of the hurricane coming in, but you've also got a tremendous amount of wind shear that's starting to deal with it as it moves farther north. So you got a lot of turbulence going on in there. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see a few little whip-up tornadoes that would come up, and that's why there's a tornado watch out for the southeastern part of Louisiana as well. So we do have a lot of severe weather that's possible, and that's that tornado watch that I was talking about. That still covers parts of St. Martin, Iberia, St. Mary, Lower St. Martin. That would be Iberville, looks like Terrebonne, Assumption, Ascension, and then getting into Lafourche Parish as well. Seeing a tornado watch in place. I believe it also covers Iberville, West Baton Rouge, East Baton Rouge Parish, Livingston, Ascension, Tangipahoa, and then points off toward the northeast. So much of southeastern Louisiana, and it does appear that the New Orleans area is under that tornado watch as well. So yeah, you get those whips in there, those turns and twists. So you're going to get some really cool looking winds there on the water there at that hurricane camera that we've got there in Cocodrie. And there it's kind of looking like we're starting to see some of the rain stopping there, but those winds are really whipping. And you can also notice how the clouds are moving along there too. So most likely, if I'm correct, this camera is facing eastward. So the eye of the hurricane is going to come from behind the camera, and then gradually we will see some slowing down of the rainfall and probably slowing down of the winds too if we start to get more and more inside the eye wall. So let's go back over to the radar once again and kind of take a look at where we're looking at. Again, that webcam is basically right about in this area, somewhere in that area. So it's kind of on the edge of the eye wall, and you're going to get those little rotations that are sometimes on the inside of an eye wall as well. So you might get some little vorticities that are kind of inside the eye, kind of whipping around here. Let me get my thing there, kind of whipping around, whipping around, whipping around, whipping around. And then you've also got all of that wind shear aloft. So you're going to see some pretty good volatility in that area. Not only the heavy rains, but the gusty winds. Let's focus in again on parts of St. Mary Parish and Morgan City, Amelia, Patterson, Bayou Vista, all of our friends that are down there in the southern part of St. Mary Parish. You are dealing with the gusty winds right now along the Bayou Teche as well as the Atchafalaya River, and then into Morgan City. Now, fortunately, most of those areas are protected by the levee system, and we shouldn't see the surge flooding coming in unless it's down to the south of the Intracoastal Waterway. But with more of an onshore offshore flow eventually reaching that area, that should help to bring some of the waters away from that particular region and hopefully push the water offshore. But we were expecting about a 5 to 7 foot storm surge down there to around Burns Point. So right now, just a lot of heavy rain and some very gusty winds as the eye wall's kind of wobbling its way onshore, and we'll get another update here at about 5 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center. So Francine, a Category 2 hurricane with winds at 100 miles per hour, coming onshore of the Terrebonne Parish coast, just south of Morgan City in St. Mary Parish. And again, those winds are 100 miles per hour, pressure 972, moving to the northeast at 19, 29.2 north and 91.5 west. Again, we're going to be watching this throughout the afternoon as the hurricane comes onshore. I am going to be going over to update some of the social media. So I'm going to step back here for about 20 minutes and then I'm going to come back at the 5 o'clock hour with any updates we have. I'll put a timer up there so that way you know about when the next update's going to be coming up. I'll have some music and we'll go ahead and just kind of roll through an automated scroll of different graphics that are out there. Forgive me if some of the graphics end up outdated because I'm going through a lot of different stuff, and that's why I need to take this little bit of a break so I can go over to social media and get that updated as well. You are watching live coverage of Hurricane Francine making landfall with Let's Talk Tropics here on Acadiana Weather Today on YouTube. I'll talk to you in just a little bit. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker as we continue to watch Hurricane Francine making landfall here across southeastern Louisiana. I just got the update on the coordinates, and they are updated there on the left-hand side of your screen. Currently at 29.3 north and 91.3 west. Winds are about 100 miles per hour, so it's making landfall as a Category 2 hurricane. Winds there again 100. It is just about 30 miles south-southwest of Morgan City. Got a report here on Eugene Island, a peak gust of 105 miles per hour. Pressure dropping down to 976, so that's recorded there on that rig. Heavy rains and hurricane force winds are now starting to spread inland across South Louisiana. We'll get another position update in about an hour, but 29.3, 91.3, 30 miles south-southwest of Morgan City and about 85 miles west-southwest of New Orleans. Maximum sustained winds are 100 miles per hour and it's still moving to the northeast at 17. Pressure remains the same at 972 millibars. I did want to go over a couple of changes with some of our local watches and warnings that came down within the last hour. The tropical storm warning has now been canceled for Jeff Davis Parish, and also northern Vermilion Parish is now under a tropical storm warning, while the southern part of Vermilion Parish is still under a hurricane warning. So a storm surge warning and hurricane warning will remain in effect for lower parts of Iberia, St. Mary, Vermilion, and all of St. Mary, lower parts of Iberia, and lower parts of Vermilion. So I'm assuming that's going to be south of the Intracoastal Waterway. Hurricane warning remains in effect for lower St. Martin, upper Iberia, and upper St. Martin. And a tropical storm warning is in effect for East Cameron, Lafayette, Acadia, St. Landry, as well as the upper parts of Vermilion Parish. We have gotten some decent wind gusts. Just recently was looking at the Patterson gauge. Patterson reporting a 62 mile per hour wind gust at about 442 with sustained winds at 46 at that time. Sustained winds in the last 5 minutes have been running between 44 and 47 miles per hour. So that's a really brisk wind. And then when you start throwing in some wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, that can cause some damage in those areas. So New Iberia so far, we're looking at winds out of the north-northeast at 30 with gusts up to 45 miles per hour. So we're getting close to sustained tropical storm force winds, but we are seeing gusts getting over tropical storm force. So I wouldn't be surprised to see those winds start to pick up a little bit more in New Iberia as the eye of the hurricane continues to move onshore. So let's go ahead and take a look. There's the camera. We've been watching that as the winds are really whipping through there. Again, 100 mile per hour winds in the eye wall, and those hurricane force winds from the last check that I was looking at on the hurricane, I believe it was 35 miles to the northeast and 35 miles to the southeast. Yes, that's where we have our hurricane force winds. The eye diameter is 40 miles wide. You got some tropical storm force winds that can go all the way out 90 miles to the northeast, 120 miles to the southeast, and then 70 miles to the northwest from the center. So that's starting to edge into the eastern part of Iberia Parish. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar here, and we'll do a few measurements too just to see what we're looking at here. So the center of circulation, of course, right about in here. So we're talking about 33 miles from Morgan City. So Morgan City, you possibly could be seeing winds very close to hurricane force. Houma, you're about 37 miles away from the center of circulation. And then the parish line, St. Mary going into Iberia Parish, right there about Jeanerette, that's about 57 miles. And I think from the northwest of the center, those tropical storm force winds go out 90 miles, or rather 70 miles. So that is well within it. So Jeanerette, you're probably starting to see some tropical storm force winds there. So that's some of the measurements. You can see the eye of the hurricane is quite large as well. There it is. Again, there's the point in the center, and we were talking about there's about a 20 miles right there. They were saying that the eye of the hurricane was about 40 miles wide. So that's what you're looking at there. So just to go through a couple of the specifics here, looking into portions of St. Mary Parish, Morgan City, Bayou Vista, Patterson, Berwick, and over toward Amelia. You are dealing with extreme rains right now and also some very strong winds. Those are going to be coming in out of the east, probably gusting up to about 70 miles per hour. And then if you live back here toward Franklin and Patterson, or rather Franklin and Baldwin and Sharonton in this particular area, most likely you're seeing tropical storm force winds. Wouldn't be surprised to see some gusts getting up over 50 miles per hour. Then as you get into Jeanerette, this is right about where the edge of those tropical storm force winds are, right about in here. Some of those could make their way into New Iberia, so still a hurricane warning is in effect for Iberia as well as St. Mary and even St. Martin parishes. And notice how the hurricane is kind of lifting off toward the northeast, but you still have that wind field that's going to start to expand now that it goes over land. So even here in Lafayette, we are still under a tropical storm warning. Winds have not managed their way to tropical storm force yet, but I think we might get close, especially in the eastern side of Lafayette Parish. And if you live in St. Martin Parish, particularly in the southern or eastern parts of St. Martin Parish, you are probably going to be dealing with those tropical storm force winds as well. So if you live in New Iberia, Lauraville, Coteau-Homes, St. Martinville, Catahoula Parks, be ready for some gusty winds, Butte-LaRose as well as Henderson, and anywhere there across the Atchafalaya Basin. So if you got camps out there, things are going to be pretty windy going out there along with the very heavy rain. Of course, Bell River and Pierre Part and then areas on the opposite side of the Atchafalaya Basin are also seeing some tropical storm force winds, and eventually those are going to be hurricane force winds as they continue to move off toward the north. Baton Rouge and the suburban areas there to the south of Baton Rouge along the I-10 corridor going over toward New Orleans is really going to be seeing the brunt of the eye wall as it continues to move onshore. So if you live in some of those parishes there along the I-10 corridor, anywhere west Baton Rouge, east Baton Rouge, Ascension Parish, Livingston, St. James, St. John, St. Charles, and even West Jeff, you're probably going to be seeing those tropical storm force winds coming in there. And then, of course, Terrebonne and Lafourche and Assumption Parish, Lower St. Martin and St. Mary, you are under the gun right now as the storm is starting to pull on. And in that extreme lower part of Jefferson Parish there around Grand Isle, I'm sure there's some storm surge flooding that's happening there. And also you're probably getting some brisk winds coming onshore as the outside of the eye wall is getting a little bit closer to Grand Isle too. So anywhere along that LA1 corridor that goes down the bayou all the way down into Grand Isle, you are going to be seeing the possibility of some tropical storm or even some hurricane force winds. So our friends down in Morgan City and Amelia, you are on the northern edge of the eye wall. You're probably very, very close to some of those hurricane force winds. Right there in the eye wall, that's where those winds are 100 miles per hour. And it looks like the storm system is now starting to make landfall there over the extreme southern part of Terrebonne Parish. But the eye wall there is also starting to encroach on the extreme eastern parts of St. Mary Parish. Now, fortunately for Iberia and St. Mary, right now it looks like most of the flow is pulling offshore. So that would pull any storm surge away from the coastline. So that would be much better news than what you're seeing on the opposite side of the system over into portions of Terrebonne Parish where you've got that onshore flow that's going to be pushing the water in. You don't have a lot of elevation going farther inland, so the storm surge flooding is already taking place and will continue to take place over the next several hours. Looking at the hurricane cam, remember when we've been watching this over the last several hours, we were able to see some land right there. It's gone. So the flooding continues. It's hard to see on the camera because the wind is blowing so hard and there's a lot of rain there, but there's a pickup truck right about in there, and it looks like the water's getting up to near the middle of the door, maybe up to the door handle. I can't see the bed of the truck anymore, so we're probably looking at storm surge values there getting up over 5 feet, depending on what kind of a work truck that is out there. But this is from Lumcon down in Cocodrie as Hurricane Francine makes its way onshore. And when we go back over here to the radar, I'll show you about where, let me see if I can find where the radar is. I got so many graphics that are open on this thing right now. But if we're looking at where that camera is, it's probably right about in here somewhere, probably right about there, south of Dulac, going all the way to the end of the road. That's where Lumcon is. So they're still getting some pretty good rains in that particular area, but I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe it's stopping for a little while. Again, as the eye wall starts to push in there, the last couple of hours, it seems like it's been taking a little bit more of a northerly track rather than a northeasterly track, but the official hurricane forecast, at least from the Hurricane Center, is a northwesterly track, and then gradually it's going to be pushing off toward the north as we go into the latter part of the evening hours. And unfortunately, for our friends who live in the river parishes there over parts of southeastern Louisiana between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, you are going to be experiencing a lot of this after it gets dark. And there probably will be power outages in between Baton Rouge and New Orleans over the next several hours. Those winds are going to be pulling some of those lines down. Trees are also going to be hitting some of those power lines. So we're probably going to be seeing some power outages going into southeastern Louisiana. I have heard of a few power outages over parts of Iberia Parish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you've got some significant power outages that are happening now over parts of St. Mary Parish is there right now. So looking at the webcam there, or the radar rather, we are going to be continuing to see that pull in. Let me see if I can find, if I can see what we got, any data on any of the power outages. Okay, so St. Mary Parish right now looks like 9,594 folks are without power. That is a significant number there. Terrebonne Parish looks like between 30 and 60%, 7,800 customers are out. And in Assumption Parish, we're up to 2,679 that are losing power. And over in Iberia Parish, looks like 836 customers, 377 in St. Martin. Lafourche, a little over 6,000 folks. And Iberville Parish has about 465 folks, customers rather, that are without power right now. And so as we look at that, we're probably going to be seeing those numbers increasing over the course of time. And I'll put a graphic together for the next update that we do a little bit later on, try to get you an idea of some of the power outages and the statewide power outages. It is pretty easy if you want to check that website out. I'll put the link in the bottom. I don't have it down there right now, but if you go to the web, it's poweroutage.us/area/state/Louisiana. poweroutage.us/area/state/Louisiana. Gives you a general view. I'm not going into the specific power companies on here, but you can tell that there are several customers that are out now in southeastern Louisiana, and I do expect more customers to go in the dark here in the next couple of hours as Hurricane Francine makes its way onshore. Still has winds of 100 miles per hour. It managed to do a little bit of strengthening right before landfall, and it is currently making landfall right now. Let's see if the National Hurricane Center's got an update to see if we've got an official landfall just yet, as I'm going back and forth here from different things. But I think we're probably going to get a landfall confirmation here very, very soon if it hasn't already come along. So let's see, 5 p.m. It doesn't say that it's an official landfall. Oh no, it is. It has made landfall in southern Louisiana in Terrebonne Parish, 30 miles southwest of Morgan City, as a Category 2 hurricane. So it is official now. Francine has made landfall as it continues to move inland here over southern parts of Louisiana. So a landfalling hurricane is a Category 2 here in South Louisiana. The rains are extreme there over St. Mary Parish and into Terrebonne Parish, and that's going to be lifting up into Assumption Parish and lower parts of St. Martin too, and eventually into Ascension Parish. So if you live in Pierre Part, Pancoville, Napoleonville, Labodyville, Belrose, and then getting over to around Lutcher and Donaldsonville, White Castle, you're going to be getting into all of this as well in the next couple of hours. Thibodaux, Raceland, and going down toward Houma, you're already dealing with it. Houma and Thibodaux dealing with yet another storm in just 3 years. They had Hurricane Ida come through there 3 years ago, and then also these river parishes getting up to I-10 and then up the I-55 corridor also were affected by Hurricane Ida just 3 years ago. And here we go again. We've got another significant storm that's moving inland, and parts of the west side of New Orleans. West Jeff is probably going to be seeing some really gusty winds with some of those squalls that are wrapping around the eastern side of the eye wall. The onshore flow is happening there, so there's going to be some coastal flooding in those regions as you get down toward Grand Isle as well. Grand Isle most likely seeing coastal flooding right now as the eye of the hurricane is making its way onshore. Something very interesting here. It looks like the eye of the hurricane probably, and it's kind of elongated, kind of lopsided here. I'm going to think the eye of the hurricane is probably right about here. So it's only about 22 miles now south of Morgan City. Now that would be the center of the eye wall, of the eye itself, but the eye wall is a little bit farther inland right here. Again, coming inland right there, south of Morgan City and into Amelia. So parts of St. Mary Parish may take on the eye wall itself, and some big squalls coming around the other side here. So Franklin, Baldwin, and Jeanerette, you are seeing the heavy rains, and all that extends over to around Sycamore Point and then wraps around back out into the Gulf waters there. Very heavy rains will move over toward the New Orleans area, and then they spread a little bit farther toward the north. My radar site is right here around Hammond. If you didn't know, the radar used to be over in Slidell, but they have now moved it over toward Hammond to try to cover the Baton Rouge area a little bit better. So we're getting the data from the Hammond radar, and we'll have to see how long we continue to get that data, because it does appear that the eye wall is going to be moving right there close to the radar. And so with those gusty winds, at least with the power, we may lose that somewhat, but the hurricane is going to be moving near Hammond eventually with the eye wall coming around. May still be a tropical storm, may still be a hurricane as it moves up there, kind of there west of Lake Pontchartrain and west of Lake Maurepas. We are going to be seeing the possibility of maybe that radar going down. But we do have the Lake Charles radar, and I'm going to pull that one up here real quick so you can see that there's really no rain on the west side of that, and there's not much rain on the south side of the hurricane either. So hopefully once the eye wall moves on and the rain slows down, we'll be dealing with more wind on the south side rather than most of the rain. So that's just kind of looking at the Lake Charles radar. So we'll go back over to the Hammond radar here and get the individual towns. And I'll leave this up here for just a second as I go kind of look for a little bit more information. The local statement, just a reminder here in Acadiana, we did have a few warning cancellations. Jeff Davis Parish, you are no longer under a tropical storm warning, and the hurricane warning for Northern Vermilion Parish has been dropped to a tropical storm warning. We still have a hurricane warning for lower parts of Iberia, St. Mary, and Vermilion parishes, as well as parts of lower St. Martin. And we also have a tropical storm warning in effect for East Cameron, Lafayette, Northern Acadia, or rather all of Acadia, St. Landry, and Vermilion. At last check, the hurricane was making landfall about 30 miles south of Morgan City in Terrebonne Parish. So let's go back over to that webcam, see what we've got going. Almost none of the land is able to be seen now as the storm surge flooding continues to come in. Probably looking at a good 6 foot storm surge there in Cocodrie this afternoon, and we're going to see that continuing to pile on there, and the gusty winds too. You can see that whipping there across the top of the water there, and that's going to go ahead and continue. So let's look at the big picture here where you can see the eye of the hurricane. I'm waiting for this to kind of load in here. It's running a little bit slow. A lot of folks are grabbing satellite data right now as everything pulls on shore. You've got some dry air kind of getting entrained around the bottom side of that. That's most likely why we're not seeing as much precipitation south of the eye of the hurricane as it continues to move on shore. And this is a little bit older version of that satellite imagery, but you can see how that drier air is kind of getting wrapped up around the bottom side of that particular hurricane. So the last check as of 4 o'clock, winds were at 100 miles per hour, but we got a position update. So 29.3 north and 91.3 west is what we're looking at when it comes to the hurricane. That pressure at 972 millibars. So a lot to unpack here. I'm going to go ahead and leave radar up, and it's going to kind of go back and forth between some different graphics. I'm going to update social media here, take just a little bit of a break as the hurricane is making landfall, but I'll continue to let these graphics kind of roll along in a loop. There'll be a little bit of a music background. The way I like to watch Acadiana Weather Today Severe Weather channel is if you take the YouTube thing and just project it on your television from your phone and use it as kind of like an old school Weather Channel local forecast loop. That's what I'm going to be putting up here in just a second. Get everything updated on social media too. And I'll be back at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock, and we'll have more coverage on Hurricane Francine making landfall as a Category 2 hurricane on the South Louisiana coast. You're watching Let's Talk Tropics, Hurricane Francine, Severe Weather Stream, right here on Acadiana Weather Today. I'll see you at 6. Hi, Acadiana. I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker. 6 o'clock is your time, and we've had a landfalling hurricane here in South Louisiana, right there on the Terrebonne Parish coastline, just to the south of Morgan City. And hurricane force winds are being felt in parts of St. Mary Parish this evening and continuing to move on toward the northeast. There is a look at the hurricane. Tremendous amounts of rain coming in. The backside of that eye wall there at Morgan City and Amelia. Some calmer winds that are out there around the eye, but you can see that we've got some pretty significant winds and rain that are going to come around the backside of the hurricane. And the front side of the hurricane here, we've seen those winds up to 100 miles per hour. And we're also now starting to see a lot more power outages here over southeastern parts of Louisiana. Very heavy rains are going to continue to pull inland over the next several hours. So folks that live in northern Terrebonne and Lafourche, Assumption and St. James, Iberville and Ascension, East and West Baton Rouge and Livingston parishes, probably Tangipahoa and St. Helena parishes will see quite a bit of this as well as West Jeff. So do keep that in mind if you're listening to this broadcast on the other side of the Atchafalaya Basin. You've got still some rough stuff to go, and eventually this is going to be crossing the I-10 corridor, I-55, as well as the I-12 at I-55 going up to around Hammond. I'm really hoping that the radar site there in Hammond does stay active. Now, speaking of those power outages, you can see here that we have now lost the Lumcon camera. Storm surge was coming in. It looks like the surge before the camera dropped off was probably a good 6 feet. Land that was off on the left-hand side, you can't see that anymore, but we're getting the little circle of death there, though, so I do think they've lost the power over there at Lumcon, but definitely some serious storm surge that's happening there in lower parts of Terrebonne Parish. And speaking of Terrebonne Parish, when we checked the Louisiana power outages the last time, Terrebonne Parish had somewhere between 30 and 50% of its customers out of power, and you can see now that's pushing into the darker red, so you're getting into the 80, 90, or 100% without power. Much of St. Mary Parish is also without power. Assumption Parish and Lafourche are getting into the 30 to 60% of customers that are without power right now. It looks like we've got about 72,000 customers that are out over various parishes there in southeastern portions of Louisiana. Just to kind of give you an idea of some of the numbers there, in St. Mary Parish, you've got 11,600 customers out. Iberia Parish, about 1,880. Terrebonne Parish, 19,000 are without power right now. Assumption, about 4,100. Iberville, about 1,100. Ascension, about 3,000, almost 4,000 now. And Lafourche has about 15,000 that are without power right now. So you're talking about a lot of folks that are going to be losing power here over the next several hours, and they will probably not have power for at least a couple of days. Unfortunately, these are folks that had to deal with Hurricane Ida just 3 years ago. Now, Ida passed a little bit farther to the east, coming in from the opposite direction, hitting Grand Isle, and then kind of coming in northward from there. This hurricane has affected the eastern part of St. Mary and lower parts of St. Martin Parish a lot more than what Hurricane Ida did. In fact, we're probably still seeing some winds very close to hurricane force there into portions of St. Mary Parish. So let's get right into it. And we've got those winds that are quite strong, but might be getting into some calmer winds, maybe there south of Morgan City or Amelia, or getting eastward there on the LA 182, going southeast of Amelia, going over to around Bayou Black, and then getting over toward Homa. And then we've got the very heavy rains that are continuing over much of St. Mary Parish. And we have flood warnings that are posted for St. Mary as well as lower St. Martin. And I wouldn't be surprised to see other flood warnings getting posted here as the northern eye wall of the hurricane lifts inland and starts to move over some of the bayou parishes there over southeastern Louisiana. Some of the suburban areas south of Baton Rouge getting over toward Gonzales and Sorrento, and then pushing into Old Jefferson and St. Gabriel, Geismar, those areas there, seeing the heavy rains that are starting to come in. Plaquemine on the other side of the river, White Castle, Donaldsonville, also seeing the heavy rains too, and then that also goes down to Laplace. Our friends over in the Crescent City are getting very heavy rains too, as some of that is wrapping around and going into West Jeff, and then down to the southeast into Lafourche Parish, down through Lockport, LaRose, Cutoff, and Golden Meadow and Galliano. We are seeing the heavy rains coming in there too, with a bit of an onshore, more of an onshore flow there, and that's where we're probably seeing some more storm surge flooding that's coming into around Grand Isle and starting to push into the Barataria, Terrebonne, and all that Terrebonne Bay down here to the south as well. So going in, we're going to see that onshore flow continuing, so the storm surge flooding will continue to happen. We're getting better on the storm surge with more of an offshore flow here over the eastern part of St. Mary Parish, but we're still dealing with quite a bit of heavy rain that's over the western part of St. Mary, anywhere from Franklin to Baldwin, Sharonton, and even back toward Jeanerette. The heavy rains will continue, and with the rains kind of training over the same areas like that, you can quickly get 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain. And I know Bayou Teche has been quite high due to the recent rainfall that you folks had just last week. So Hurricane Francine making landfall around 5 o'clock earlier today as a Category 2 hurricane. It is still a hurricane, Category 1, and if you look there on the left-hand side of your screen, 29.5 north and 91 degrees west, that's as of 6 o'clock. Winds are at 90 miles per hour, and the pressure is now starting to come up to 975 millibars. As it continues to pull inland, we will see the hurricane weakening, but it still should move at a pretty good clip off toward the north and eventually move out of the way. So it should get in and out fairly quickly. So let's kind of go over the 6 o'clock advisory. The eye of Hurricane Francine is just inland there over South Louisiana. An observation in Dulac recently reporting a sustained wind of 68 miles per hour with gusts to 97. We had a 59 mile per hour gust over in Patterson. I saw 62 on the gauge a little bit earlier today. Currently, at least at 6 o'clock, this was still 20 miles just to the southeast of Morgan City and about 65 miles west-southwest of New Orleans, still moving to the northeast at around 17 miles per hour with the pressure now down to 975 millibars. So it's still a Category 1 hurricane, and we're still going to be seeing some severe weather out there too, especially on the eastern side of New Orleans, because that's where we've got a tornado watch. And that tornado watch also covers St. Mary, Iberia, and into St. Martin Parish, Iberville, Lower St. Martin, Assumption, Ascension, down into Terrebonne, as well as Lafourche parishes and all of the smaller river parishes that are out there as well, over toward St. James, St. John, St. Charles, and then up toward Livingston, St. Helena, and Tangipahoa. We're going to be seeing the eye of the hurricane and what's left of the hurricane moving through there, and that's why we've got those tornado watches posted. You've got a landfalling hurricane, you've got a lot of upper level wind shear. The combination of the both can get some rotating thunderstorms in there, and they're moving very fast. So the possibility of tornadoes is definitely going to be there over the far southeastern part of Louisiana. Here is a close-up view of the hurricane as it's lifting its way inland. We're going to start to see a little bit more definition as the sun starts to go down to the west. These satellite imageries, visible satellite imageries, you can see a little bit more detail where you get the shadows that are in there. So it's going to continue to lift off toward the northeast. And of course, let's try to see if that hurricane cam is working. Nope, still looks like it is down on the hurricane cam that was down in Cocodrie there this time around. Tropical Atlantic satellite, just to get you updated, we do have a new tropical depression that's over by the Cape Verde Islands. It's a long way away. Right now, it is no threat to the western part of the Atlantic, nor the Gulf of Mexico or the Caribbean. So we'll continue to watch that here over the next several days. But right now, it does not seem to be much of a threat to the Acadiana region. But Tropical Depression number 7 has formed there, and it is currently at 16.2 north and 30.3 west, moving west-northwest at 18 with a pressure of 1,007, and it should continue to move westward over the next several days. We'll watch it, but we're not exactly too concerned about that. So let's get back into the radar once again and get to, because we're not really into forecasting right now. We're back into nowcasting because of the hurricane making landfall already. There are the very heavy rains that will continue to slide northward anywhere south of the Highway 90 corridor there between Morgan City and Raceland. That is where the worst of the weather is right now. And then on the backside of the hurricane going into parts of western St. Mary Parish, you can see that we've got some very heavy rain training there as well. And we have a flood warning that's going to be in effect for much of St. Mary Parish. In fact, that flood warning is going to remain in effect until I believe it's 9 o'clock later on this evening. So keep that in mind. 2 hours, 49 minutes. Yeah, that's about 9 o'clock is when we're going to be seeing that one expire. Doppler radar indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. 2 to 7 inches rain has already fallen, and another 1, 2, or 3 inches could fall after that. Same goes here for lower St. Martin Parish. Same flood warning there. We've got a flood warning here for parts of Terrebonne Parish for another hour or so. That's going to be until 7:15. They've had some training rains there, and then this one that's over Lafourche is producing 3 to 4 inches of rain already, and an additional 1 to 3 can be expected as it continues to move to the north. So I would expect more flood warnings to go up for these areas here southwest of the Mississippi River and southwest of the I-10 corridor. If the areas just to the south are picking up 3 to 4 inches of rain per hour, then you folks there in Donaldsonville and going over toward Letcher, you are going to be seeing 3 to 4 inches of rain here in the next hour or so as those rains kind of train and rotate around the northern eye wall of Hurricane Francine. Francine will continue to move inland here, and you see the rains are spreading up through Mississippi. We expect the center of the circulation to kind of cut there between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, and then kind of ride the west side of Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, and then move off toward the north into the North Shore parishes, and then eventually going over into southern parts of Mississippi, where we could have a flood threat over southern and central parts of Mississippi. Meanwhile, here locally, you can see that we're really not seeing a whole lot of rain. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Lake Charles radar, and we just have not seen a whole lot of rain here in Lafayette. Once again, the large part of Acadiana lucking out. It seems like we've had the best of luck so many times with Hurricane Laura back in 2020 hitting the southwestern part of the state, and then of course Hurricane Ida just a year later hitting the southeastern part of the state. And now the same folks that dealt with Hurricane Ida back in 2021 are dealing with Hurricane Francine here in 2024. We have seen some significant wind gusts here and there going over to around down into areas around New Iberia. Looks like some of the wind gusts have been up to about 38 miles per hour recently, but it looks like in the last last 15 minutes or so, some wind gusts at Acadiana Regional getting up to 51 miles per hour. So if you're in New Iberia, you've got steady winds that are just under tropical storm force, but you're getting gusts over tropical storm force, and it's sometimes as high as 50 miles per hour. The Patterson site at last check looked like it had dropped off. Let's see. Yep, not getting any data from the Patterson site anymore off toward the southeast. So here in Lafayette, which is the only other gauge we have that's close enough to the eye, we have winds north at 24 miles per hour. Looks like we were getting some steady winds about 30 for a while. And it looks like we did have a wind gust of 51. Somewhere around 5:53, a gust of 51 miles per hour here in Lafayette. So tropical storm force winds have happened here in Lafayette, and I would expect a few more gusts getting up in that range as the eye of the hurricane passes just to our east here over the next several hours. As far as the rainfall is concerned, I think a lot of that is going to start to pull to the other side of the Atchafalaya Basin, but the wind field is going to start to expand, so it is going to get a bit more breezy over Iberia, St. Martin, and eastern parts of Lafayette Parish. All of us are still under a tropical storm warning, with hurricane warnings continuing in place over St. Martin, Iberia, and into lower St. Martin and into St. Mary parishes. So if you're under a hurricane warning, you can still expect hurricane conditions in gusts. And if you're under a tropical storm warning, as we are here in Lafayette, and parts of Vermilion and into Acadia Parish, you can expect tropical storm force winds with gusts getting up to 39 miles per hour or possibly a bit higher. So the hurricane will continue to move off toward the east-northeast. Traveling is, or rather toward the northeast. Traveling is not recommended along the I-10, especially from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, or on the I-12 from Baton Rouge over to around Hammond, or the I-55 that goes there from Laplace northward up into portions of Mississippi. And Highway 90 there between Morgan City and New Orleans, probably a no-no as well, as that's where the eye of the hurricane is currently at this hour. So I'll continue to bring you updates throughout the evening, about 15-minute updates at the top of each hour with the latest position and intensity outlook for what we have with Hurricane Francine. I think we're still going to be getting some updates about every hour when it comes to that. It looks like, let's see if we're going to get another position update at 8 o'clock. So at 8 o'clock, we'll get another position update, but I'll come back at 7 o'clock and we'll take a look at the radar. I'm going to go ahead and leave the stream up with the loop of different graphics with the radar. And I'll probably check to see if we can get that LUMCOM camera going once again. It sure would be nice to see what they've got going on right now down in portions of Terrebonne Parish. Well, I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You are watching Acadiana Weather Today, and this is the severe weather live stream for Let's Talk Tropics with Hurricane Francine that made landfall as a Category 2 hurricane around 5 o'clock earlier this evening on the southeastern Louisiana coast. Don't forget, you can check my social media pages as well. And if you have any kind of weather information or you've got any kind of weather observation or anything else that you want to put there on my social media, make sure that you're going to put the town that you're in and also the time that you made that observation, and then I can pass that along. On Facebook, I'm at Meteorologist Dave Baker. On X, formerly known as Twitter, I'm at Dave Baker TV. And right here on YouTube, I'm at Acadiana Weather Today. I'll talk to you in just a few minutes. At 7 o'clock, I'll give you another update and a radar check, and we'll kind of focus in on those river parishes there between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. See you in a minute. Hi, Acadiana. I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker. It is 7 o'clock on this Wednesday, September the 11th. We have had Hurricane Francine make its way on land. It made landfall a couple of hours ago there on the lower part of the Terrebonne coastline, very close to the St. Mary Parish coastline near Morgan City and Amelia, both experiencing part of the eye wall. So wouldn't be surprised to see those winds getting as high as 75 miles per hour in some cases. We had a gust at 62 earlier over around Patterson, and then the weather station kind of dropped off. So we've got some very, very heavy rains that are rotating their way around what is left of the eye of our circulation. Now it is starting to weaken as it's moving over land, and it will weaken even more, but there's more of a severe weather threat and a flood threat that's going to be happening now over parts of southeastern Louisiana. Here in Acadiana, we are in way better shape, and once again, it's hard to believe that most of us were able to dodge the bullet once again. We've had hurricanes pass to the east and west over and over and over again. Now, Iberia and St. Mary Parish kind of taking the brunt of this storm, and some coastal areas of the southern parts of Vermilion Parish, but really it wasn't so bad for most of us here in Lafayette, St. Landry, Evangeline, Acadia, Jeff Davis, then areas farther toward the west. We are getting reports of some power outages, though, over parts of St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary, and then numerous power outages as you go over toward the east. The Hammond radar, by the way, is what's giving us the data right here. That radar right about there, and we're going to be seeing the rains really socking in here as we go through time. The wind speeds are going to be quite strong, so I'm not sure how long we're going to be able to hold on to this radar. If it does lose power, we won't be able to get the data, and then we'll have to use the Mobile or possibly the Lake Charles radar. But because the Hammond radar is close, that's why we're able to get the good reflections. But I'll tell you what, some of these rains are extreme down here along the Highway 90 corridor there, from Thibodaux going over to Des Allemands and then up into Boutte, and then pushing into the west bank of New Orleans, West Jefferson, and also St. Charles Parish, getting that very, very heavy rain. And it's going to be continuing, and that's why we've got those flood watches that are in place. St. Charles, St. John, St. James, and Assumption parishes, you're in the thick of it right now. Ascension and Iberville and Livingston, you are going to be next as this continues to push farther to the north. Now, the western sides of the New Orleans metro area, western Jefferson Parish, also starting to get in on all of this, and eventually Tangipahoa, St. Tammany, and Washington Parish there on the North Shore will be getting more of that heavy rain that's coming on in. So just to kind of zoom it back out, we've got a Category 1 hurricane that is still there. It made landfall as a Category 2 earlier. Coordinates are there on the left-hand side of your screen, 29.6 north, 90.9 west. Winds are at 85 miles per hour, and the pressure right now is 978 millibars. So I want to go through some of the stuff on the advisory. The center of circulation is still about 20 miles east-southeast of Morgan City, and about 55 miles west-southwest of New Orleans. Again, those winds 85. It's moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. Most of the warnings and watches have remained the same on this particular storm. Storm surge warning remains in effect from the Vermilion and Cameron Parish line to the Mississippi-Alabama border. That does include Vermilion Bay, Lake Maurepas, and Lake Pontchartrain, although on the Vermilion Bay, we're getting a little bit more of an offshore flow, but we'll probably get another little round of an onshore flow, or at least a westerly flow, coming into parts of Iberia and St. Mary Parish. So if the water's going back down, it might come back up a little bit for a while, but it shouldn't be as high as where we peaked earlier in the day. Hurricane warning remains in effect for the Louisiana coast, again from the Vermilion-Cameron line eastward to Grand Isle. Same pretty much as the storm surge warning. Hurricane watch is in effect for Lake Maurepas and Lake Pontchartrain. including the metropolitan New Orleans, and overlaid on that is a tropical storm warning. We still have the hurricane warnings inland for parts of southeastern Louisiana. Again, that is moving to the northeast. We did see those hurricane force winds extending out about 40 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend out to about 140 miles. So as Francine continues to move off toward the northeast, those winds are going to continue to spread into portions of Mississippi and on the coastal areas of Mississippi, and could bring anywhere between 8 and 12 inches of rain over the southeastern part of Louisiana. Storm surge, we've already had a lot of that peaking in parts of St. Mary and portions of down toward Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes, but we're still going to see those waters staying quite high, and we also have a tornado threat to go along with as well. So the hurricane cam went down. We were getting a good view of the storm surge flooding there earlier. And of course, speaking of power outages, you can see that much of southeastern Louisiana is having some issues with the power, particularly Terrebonne, St. Mary, Assumption, and Lafourche parishes. And then off to the west, parts of Iberia and Vermilion Parish, we've got a number of customers that are out of power there as well. It looks like in Vermilion Parish, we've got about 2,400 people without power. And in Iberia Parish, we have almost 5,000 customers without power. 1,333 in St. Martin, and in St. Mary, you've got 13,329 customers out of 19,000. So that's the majority of them. And down into Terrebonne Parish, we've got over 23,000 customers that were without power out of 27,000. So again, that's better than 90%. And almost a little bit more than half of the folks in Lafourche Parish are without power right now, with 26,000. And Assumption Parish has about 60% of their customers out, with just over 6,100 customers without power out of about 10,000 customers. Iberville, 9,336 customers, 1,444 are without power. Ascension has almost 10,000 out of 61,000. And St. James has about a third of their folks without power now, with just about 3,200 customers without power. And that is going to be something that's going to continue over the next several hours, if not a few days. So the Gulf of Mexico satellite there, the U.S. satellite, as the sun goes down, we are seeing the hurricane making its way on land. Closer view of the hurricane, you can see some of that dry air around the western side. So as we go into the evening hours, we're going to be in pretty good shape on this side of the Atchafalaya Basin, but on the east side of the Atchafalaya Basin, they still have a lot of bad weather to come. And on top of that, it's getting dark. So it is going to be a lot scarier when it is dark out there. So again, looking at the radar, you can see that hurricane is continuing to move off toward the north. And those very heavy rains are going to continue to spin over parts of southeastern Louisiana, including the metro New Orleans area. It's going to be a no-no on I-10 east or west between Laplace and Baton Rouge. I-55 is going to be a big problem, the 610 as well as I-12 farther inland. Highway 90, even though the rain is starting to move back to the north, you still kind of have the backside of the hurricane's eye wall. And that hurricane eye was 40 miles wide earlier today. So that's a fairly wide one, and you can get some good storm surge a lot of the times. It's kind of a big sloshy storm. I wouldn't really compare it to another storm, but with an eye wall that big, that's as big as like what we were looking at with Hurricane Ike, that produced a fairly large storm surge well to the east of the center of circulation, and that's why we're seeing storm surge warnings going all the way over to around Mobile Bay. But a lot of heavy rain, a lot of gusty winds, and flood warnings will continue. We still have tropical storm warnings on our side of the basin, but those will probably be dropped on the 10 o'clock advisory a little bit later on in the day. So as we go through some of the other graphics here, again, there is the position and there's the forecast cone. Doesn't really mean a whole lot for those along the coast as we've made landfall now. But as you can see, those tropical storm force winds extend beyond where the cone is. You have to remember the cone is a measure of uncertainty and errors in the track forecast over history. It's not really showing you where the worst of the weather or where the damage path will be. That always extends beyond the hurricane cone. So still got some dangerous issues going over toward the capital city and the North Shore areas and the river parishes too over the next several hours. Those tropical storm force winds are going to cover almost all of southeastern Louisiana, and it looks like those hurricane force winds are going to be confined to about 40 miles right around the center. So most areas will not be seeing the hurricane force winds unless they are right there near the center of circulation. Tremendous amounts of rain are going to be in southeastern Louisiana. We got lucky here in Lafayette and points westward where rainfall totals were considerably less. And the flood potential is still there for our friends off to the east. And looking at the hurricane models, well, this is kind of right there where the cone is too. So we'll continue to watch those over the next several hours. But right now it looks like most of us here in Acadiana, except for going down into St. Mary and lower St. Martin parishes, it looks like things will start to calm down. Maybe a little extra wind coming in to portions of St. Martin and Iberia parishes here over the next couple of hours as the wind field kind of expands a little bit, but it seems that the rainfall is starting to wind down as this starts to move off toward the east, northeast. Heavy rains will continue along I-10 across Lake Pontchartrain, and we've also got a severe weather threat over portions of southeastern Louisiana. We have another position update that's going to be coming up at 8 o'clock, and then we'll get another update on the position at 9, and then a full update coming up at 10 o'clock later on this evening. And that's probably when I'm going to drop off the stream here for Acadiana Weather Today, is after that 10 o'clock advisory. Or I may just go ahead and leave it up for a couple of hours, but I'm going to back off and just let those graphics roll. But for now, I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker. Thank you for watching Acadiana Weather Today's live stream for Hurricane Francis that made landfall on the Louisiana coast as a Category 2 hurricane with 100-mile-per-hour winds back around 5 o'clock earlier this afternoon. Don't forget, though, to visit my social media pages as well. You can find me on Facebook at Meteorologist Dave Baker, or you can put Dave Baker Acadiana Weather Today. On X, formerly known as Twitter, I'm at Dave Baker TV. And right here on YouTube, I'm Acadiana Weather Today. Don't forget, if you stay here with me for the rest of the evening, I still do a morning show called Acadiana Weather Today, and that will air again tomorrow morning at 7:30 with a live Let's Talk Tropics tomorrow at noon. For now, I will be right back. I will come back around 8 o'clock and we'll give the next position update and hourly updates from there. I'll see you soon. Hi, Acadiana. I'm Meteorologist Dave Baker. 8 o'clock is the time as we continue to watch Hurricane Francine make its way inland, and we're going to continue to watch this through the 10 o'clock hour as it continues to move out of the Acadiana region. So starting out here as we look at the radar, it is continuing to move inland. A little closer view here showing that there's a new area of rain that's developed here from St. Martinville down to New Iberia, kind of wrapping around the back side of the hurricane. The worst of the rain is now just west of New Orleans, going into some of the river parishes there off toward the west of New Orleans, St. James, St. John, St. Charles, and Ascension parishes. Assumption and northern parts of Lafourche also seeing the very, very heavy rains. A little bit of an update there on the left-hand side of your screen. 29.6 north and 90.8 west. Winds are down to 75 miles per hour. So we've been getting this hourly updates. It did say on the last advisory that this was going to be the last hourly update. So the next update isn't going to come down until about 10 o'clock later on tonight. So Francine continuing to move inland over southern Louisiana. Storm surge is still there. Very heavy rains and hurricane force winds will be moving over southeastern Louisiana. Lakefront Airport had a sustained wind 37, gust of 49, and that's over toward the New Orleans area. But west of New Orleans, including over toward Patterson, I saw a wind gust of about 62. It looks like New Iberia's Acadiana Regional Airport had a gust of about 55. And as far as the Lafayette Regional Airport, I think we had some gusts getting up to about 47 earlier this evening, about 6:20, 6:15, 6:20. We had some wind gusts getting in the upper 40 mile per hour range there. So we got some pretty breezy to windy conditions here in Lafayette. Enough to cause some power outages, though, down into portions of Iberia, Vermilion, and most of St. Mary and Terrebonne parishes now are without power. So there's a look at the power outages here. As we move there, you can see that the power outages off over southeastern Louisiana are now starting to get up into the 100% mode, especially there over parts of Terrebonne Parish. That is the one that's been affected pretty much the most. Terrebonne Parish has 25,000 out of 27,000 customers in the dark now. St. Mary Parish, almost 14,000 customers out of 19,000 that are out. Assumption Parish, 8,000 out of 10,000. And over in Lafourche Parish, we've got almost 30,000 out of 42,000 customers. But not to be outdone, Iberia Parish, 3,603 customers. And in Vermilion Parish, just under 2,500. St. Martin Parish here in Acadiana has 827 power outages right now in Iberville at 1745. So parishes that were back to the west, Cameron and Lafayette, Acadia, Jeff Davis, Allen, Evangeline, and St. Landry, really didn't have too many problems because the winds just were not as strong here. But down to the south and southeast, basically where the hurricane warnings have been posted, that's where most of the power outages have been. So looking at the satellite imagery, things are starting to get dark now as the sun sets, and we're looking at darkness there. And you can see that Hurricane Francine has made her way onshore, and there's the close-up view. She's still moving at a pretty good pace at about 17 miles per hour. So even though some areas there over southeastern Louisiana are getting hammered right now with the very heavy rains, it should start to lift northward. They're still going to be under the gun there over parts of southeastern Louisiana, and eventually there between Baton Rouge, down toward Laplace and up toward Hammond is going to be the areas where it's really going to get rough there, especially with the rain. I think the rain threat is going to be the big threat, and then you also have the big wind, the wind threat. Now out here to the east, this is pretty much where I think we're going to see a little better chance for severe weather. We got a tornado warning right there over the areas of New Orleans East. It looks like eastern part of St. Tammany Parish. A tornado warning there for about 10 more minutes. And that's actually going to be in Mississippi, Hancock County, Mississippi. And that's going to be in effect until 8:15 later. So the eastern side is always the rough side of a hurricane. And that's where we're seeing the severe weather that goes along with not just the hurricane winds and the hurricane rains. So here in Acadiana, we are in much better shape. And I will say the western sections of Acadiana really didn't have much more than a decent breeze, and then we had some breezy to windy conditions here in Lafayette, and then, like I said, enough wind to knock out some power down to the south. And then, of course, Iberia having power outages as well because of the stronger winds. And then once you got into St. Mary Parish, that's where things really started to ramp up, and I think we had some hurricane force winds down toward Morgan City and over in Berwick, and over toward Patterson and Bayou Vista and eastward over to around Amelia. We did get some hurricane force winds, at least in gusts. And then the eye of the hurricane, of course, coming onshore of Terrebonne Parish and moving through the Houma Thibodaux area. This is a place that got hit so hard with Hurricane Ida just 3 years ago. So here in Acadiana, you really need to count your blessings, because we had Hurricane Laura ravage the western side of the state back in 2020, and then Hurricane Ida comes in 2021 and ravages the southeastern part of the state, and we've been stuck in the middle. We've been very, very lucky here in Acadiana. Now, most of you folks down in St. Mary Parish weren't as lucky as the rest of us were here in Acadiana. But even though there's a lot of joking around that's going on social media, just remember, we have dodged a bullet once again. But hurricane season, of course, is not quite over yet. We've got a couple of other systems that we are watching. I did want to show you the tropical satellite going out into the Atlantic, just because we've got another tropical storm, or rather tropical depression that has developed farther out toward the east. That's tropical depression number 7, and that's going to be starting to make our drift off toward the west. Right now, it does not look like it's going to be a threat to us here along the Gulf Coast, but it still has a long way to go before it gets anywhere in our vicinity. There's a couple of other little tropical waves that are out there that could have some potential of development over the next 7 days or so. Additional rainfall is going to be possible, but I think most of this is going to be east of us. This is a little bit of an older graphic from earlier this morning from the National Weather Service over in Lake Charles. But they did a great job on looking at where the heavy rains would be and where the heavy rains weren't going to be. There was a really sharp gradient between flooding rains and nothing at all over a short distance. So really good forecasting there for our friends from the National Weather Service. And there's a look at that flood risk that's still in place for parts of southeastern Louisiana, at least for the rest of the night and early tomorrow. And as far as those storm surge values, those are still pretty extreme there over southeastern parts of Louisiana, and a storm surge warning does remain in effect. Again, there's a look at the radar scope as we look at Hurricane Francine continuing to make her way onshore. The backside of the system is crossing land there south of Dulac and Cocodrie, and the very heavy rains on the northern side of the eye are now starting to move into the I-10 corridor there between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, and will continue to lift northward to I-12 into the North Shore parishes and gradually up into Mississippi. But a lot of flooding rains are going to be likely there in that region between Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and Hammond here over the next several hours. So I'm going to send it back to the loop. I will come back and do a quick briefing at 9 o'clock, and then I'm going to bring you the 10 o'clock full update. And then after that, probably shut the live stream down for the rest of the day. We've been going for a very, very long time here today. And don't forget Acadiana Weather Today, the morning show that discusses your upcoming weather conditions and how they're going to affect your day. We'll start early tomorrow morning at 7:30, and I still plan on doing Let's Talk Tropics live at noon right here on Acadiana Weather Today. For now, I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Don't forget to check out some of my other social media pages, especially if you've got some hurricane damage or you've got some hurricane observations that you've made. Post those in the comments, or you can put it right here in the live stream chat or on my social media pages. On Facebook, I'm at Meteorologist Dave Baker, or you can search Dave Baker Acadiana Weather Today. On X, I'm at Dave Baker TV, and on YouTube, I'm at Acadiana Weather Today. Share that with your friends, and thank you for trusting me with your forecasting over the last couple of days as Hurricane Francine has moved in. I'll talk to you at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock, and then again at 10 o'clock. and then hopefully we'll be able to all get a little bit of a night's rest. And for those of you without the electricity, hang in there. I know it's going to be tough. It's going to be sticky out there, but hopefully you've got some friends that got at least some cold waters and some ice, and maybe somebody with a generator that's got a little bit of an AC for you. So take care of each other down there in Iberia, St. Mary, and down into Terrebonne Parish. I'll see you at 9 o'clock here on Acadiana Weather Today. Hi, Acadiana. Meteorologist Dave Baker. 9 o'clock is the time here on this Wednesday evening as Hurricane Francine is continuing to move inland. We'll get the next update at 10 o'clock, and most likely it will be downgraded to a tropical storm. Made landfall as a Category 2 hurricane with winds at 100 miles per hour on the western coast of Terrebonne Parish, but the eye wall getting very close, if not over, portions of St. Mary Parish, the eastern parts there, into around Morgan City and over toward Berwick and Bayou Vista as well. So we did have those very heavy rains and also the gusty winds, but now on the radar, pretty much everything is pushing off toward the New Orleans area, the river parishes, and over toward the North Shore as well. Very, very heavy rains coming down in the city of New Orleans and along the I-10 corridor westbound to about Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge also kind of dodging the bullet because they were in the areas in the cone where we could have seen some very heavy rains and some gusty winds. I know they're still going to probably get some pretty good rains over there, but the bulk of the winds did not make its way through the Baton Rouge area. Now, this is still going to be lifting off toward the northeast, but you can see that there's kind of a ripple here of energy east of the eye, kind of a little rotation there. So that is causing some problems there in Jefferson Parish, and then pushing a little bit farther off toward the west into St. Charles and St. John Parish there. And the heavy rains are going to be continuing there as well. So we're not quite out of the woods yet for southeastern Louisiana, but most of the Acadiana region is in pretty good shape right now, where we're seeing the rains dissipating. We still have some light rains that are covering parts of St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary Parish. Let's see if we got a different shot of what we're looking at here. Really looks about the same from the Lake Charles radar. So we're going to go back over here to the Hammond radar, which is much closer to what we're looking at, get more higher resolution. But you've got some big stuff that's kind of pushing off the coast there and pushing into Lake Pontchartrain, and that's going to continue to rotate off toward the west. And as it does, you're really going to get a good soaking there in St. James and St. John Parish there on the west side of Lake Pontchartrain, and then just south of Lake Maurepas. Livingston and Ascension Parish is going to get hit pretty hard with the heavy rains too. And then once this lifts northward over the Lake Pontchartrain, of course, we're going to be seeing the heavy rains coming in to portions of St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and also Washington, Livingston, and St. Helena Parish there off to the east of Baton Rouge. So heavy rains and flood warnings are going to continue to work their way northward there across parts of the North Shore and eventually off toward the west. Hi, Missy. Thanks. Yeah, we're doing great here. Kept power here in Lafayette the entire time, and unfortunately some folks down to the southeast of us have lost their power, and there's going to be a lot to clean up here over southeastern Louisiana. Believe it or not, Acadiana, for the most part, did dodge the bullet once again. So let's go back here and focus in on what we've got going on over southeastern Louisiana right now. As we look at the satellite imagery, as we're getting to the, as it's gotten dark here, you can still see that there's still a pretty good swirl there. And I do think that this is going to be downgraded to a tropical storm probably in the next update. So we're down to 75. We're just minimal on the hurricane at this point. And we were getting hourly updates early on, but that hourly update ended at 8. So this is still the 8 o'clock update that you see there on the left-hand side of your screen. 29.6 north and 90.8 west with winds at 75 miles per hour. And the pressure is at 980. I do expect that to change. And then farther to the left of that is tomorrow's forecast. I put an update on that just a little while ago. We're going to get back to some sunshine. It's going to be breezy. Temperatures are going to run in the upper 80s. And then tomorrow night, I think we might be able to get back down into the 60s, which would make it a little bit more comfortable. I know there are going to be some folks that are going to be without electricity for a considerable amount of time. So let's talk about some of those power outages here. Mainly over southeastern Louisiana. This map has continued to get redder and redder over the last several hours. So just to kind of give you a little idea of what's going on out there, Terrebonne Parish now has 25,000 out of the 27,000 customers are out. So that's probably a good 80-90% there. St. Mary Parish, you have 13,000 customers out of 19,000 that are being tracked. And in Iberia Parish, you still have almost 5,000 folks that are out, based on 35,000 customers, and even in Vermilion Parish, we've got just under 2,500 that are out. That's about 10% of the total of 24,000 customers. St. Martin Parish even has 765 out with 26,000 customers there. Off to the east, Assumption Parish, almost 80%, 8,000 out of the 10,000. And in Lafourche Parish, you got 34 of the 42,000 folks that are out without power. And into Iberville, about 2,000 out of 9,000. Ascension, about 26,000 folks out of 61, so about a third of them there. And then over into St. James Parish, you've got about 4,500 folks out of 9,000. So you got about half the folks that are out. So you can see the scale that's there on the bottom left of what percentage, and you can see the majority of Acadiana, including Lafayette and into St. Landry, Acadia, Evangeline, Jeff Davis, over toward Allen, Beauregard, Calcasieu, and Cameron, all in really good shape. But, of course, where the parishes have turned red and yellow and orange, those were the areas that were under a hurricane warning, and they've been under that hurricane warning and will continue for at least a little while until Francine decides to make her way out of the region. We do have quite a bit of rain that's going to continue out there, but the wind speeds are still going to be quite strong. Tropical storm force winds are going to continue over southeastern Louisiana. We have seen some wind gusts here in Acadiana. Earlier today, we had some wind gusts getting up into the 40-mile-per-hour range. At least, let's see, here in Lafayette, it looks like close to 30. No, we had 47-mile-per-hour wind gust at about 6:15. That was probably with a squall coming through. And then in Iberia Parish, down at New Iberia's Acadiana Regional Airport, they're still reporting winds sustained about 22 with gusts pushing 30. They had, it looks like, a 48-mile-per-hour wind gust, 49-mile-per-hour wind gust, as I'm kind of going down the scale here. It looks like 49 is where they may have topped out during the early evening hours between that 6 and 7 o'clock time period. But you're still looking at winds out of the north-northwest at around 22 miles per hour. And the Patterson gauge has been down since a little after 5, and they had some wind gusts pushing up to 62 miles per hour there. And I know that going down toward Morgan City and Berwick and eastward over into Amelia, and then once you cross over the Atchafalaya River, pushing off toward the east into portions of Terrebonne Parish, we did have sustained hurricane winds, and that's probably over toward Gibson and Shriver, and then on down toward Houma as well. And I have seen some videos from Houma with really, really good winds coming through there. Now, Houma has improved when it comes to the rain, but you're still getting some decent winds there, at least in the northern parts of Terrebonne Parish, as the southern part of the eye wall is kind of swinging in, but there really isn't a whole lot of precipitation associated with that. So things are going to be improving as we go through time there. As far as the hurricane force winds, I think those are pretty much confined right around the center of circulation. This is an earlier graphic that we had here. See if we can get a refresh on it. Doesn't look like they've updated that one since earlier today. But because the storm is about ready to be downgraded to a tropical storm, we probably won't see too many hurricane force winds except in gusts with some of those stronger squalls that are coming around the east side of that system. And I really think the worst of the weather now is going to be starting to move across Lake Pontchartrain into the North Shore region, the Florida parishes as well, east of Baton Rouge, and then also the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And that's where I think we're going to see a better chance for some of those tornadoes that will be embedded in some of those lines that are coming around the east side of the tropical system. So very, very heavy rains will continue here for a couple of more hours, three more hours until this lifts up to about the I-12 corridor, and then we'll continue to slide into Mississippi as we go through time. So I'll end this one here, and I will be back at 10 o'clock. We'll get a new full discussion and advisory at 10 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center. And after that, I'll probably let the live stream go for the night. And we'll catch up with you tomorrow morning on Acadiana Weather Today at 7:30. And we'll still do Let's Talk Tropics coming up tomorrow at noon. We'll do that live, and the reason is now that we've gotten rid of Francine, we do have Tropical Depression number 7 that's way out in the eastern part of the Atlantic Ocean, and it is fairly likely that it's going to be Tropical Storm Gordon sometime tomorrow. It is no threat to the Acadiana region as of now. It's way out there, so we got a long time to watch it. Hopefully this one will stay out in the middle part of the Atlantic Ocean, and a couple other blips that are out there too. So we will have some stuff to talk about in Let's Talk Tropics coming up on Thursday. So if you want to follow some of my pages, first like, subscribe, and also turn on the notifications for my channel. On Facebook, I'm at Meteorologist Dave Baker, or you can search Dave Baker Acadiana Weather Today. On X, I'm at Dave Baker TV, and right here on YouTube, I'm at Acadiana Weather Today. I'll go ahead and let the loop go. I will see you back here at 10 o'clock with one final advisory, and then we'll call it a night on this Wednesday as Hurricane Francine has made landfall on the southeast Louisiana coast as a Category 2 hurricane earlier this evening. I'll talk to you in just a little bit. Hi, Acadiana Meteorologist Dave Baker. Sorry for that little bit of a delay there. Had the monitor kind of pop off for just a couple of seconds. Took me a few seconds to get it back on. We are still looking at what is now Tropical Storm Francine, which is continuing to rain itself out over southeastern portions of Louisiana. And we are going to see some flooding conditions there now starting to move toward the I-12 corridor there. North Shore areas, Madisonville over toward Mandeville, and then westward to Ponchatoula and over toward Hammond. We've got the very heavy rains that are continuing to push to the north, and those are going to continue to slide into portions of southern Mississippi. Locally, we're in good shape. It looks like most of the rain has ended, although there will still be some light rain over the basin areas and a few scattered showers here and there. Breezy conditions will linger over the Acadiana region for the next couple of hours, and the windy conditions will continue here over southeastern parts of Louisiana, but eventually those wind speeds will start to diminish as the tropical storm starts to move northward into Mississippi. But a lot of flooding that's already taking place from areas from New Orleans northward to the North Shore, and they also had quite a bit of flooding over parts of Terrebonne into Lafourche and into southern parts of Assumption, Ascension, and then going over to the eastern areas of Louisiana, where we did have some flooding over parts of St. James, St. John, as well as St. Charles and Jefferson Parish. Of course, Orleans, you may have seen the flooding that's continuing there this evening, and that's going to go on for a little while longer. So here's what we've got for you. Tropical Storm Francine on the left there, current position 30.2 north and 90.6 west. Winds are at 70 miles per hour. So it is now a tropical storm, and that pressure has dropped down to 982 millibars. And some of the latest that we have here on Tropical Storm Francine, as it continues to move off toward the north, a lot of the warnings have been dropped. A hurricane warning from Intracoastal City to Grand Isle has now been downgraded to a tropical storm warning. All hurricane watches and warnings have been discontinued. So things will be improving there. We also have seen those sustained winds hovering around 70 miles per hour and the pressure dropping to 982 millibars. Could still see 4 to 8 inches of rain over far southeastern parts of Louisiana, and also getting into portions of Mississippi as well as Alabama, and those rains are going to be continuing there. And we've got some storm surge issues that are going to continue there over southeastern parts of Louisiana too, and there could still be some tornadoes, as we do have a tornado watch that's in effect for those areas over southeastern parts of Louisiana and into Mississippi and in the offshore coastal areas of Alabama. So that will expire in an hour, and then the storms will continue to move off toward the north. So that's kind of the latest that we've got on Tropical Storm Francine now. Fortunately, most of the Acadiana region dodging the bullet, but there is going to be some cleanup and some power issues there for southeastern Louisiana. Just refreshed this about 10 to 15 minutes ago, and you can see southeastern Louisiana, of course, turning more red all the time. Looks like things in Vermilion Parish are getting better. They only have 67 customers out. Still just under 5,000 in Iberia that are out of 35,000 customers, and nearly 14,000 out of 19,000 customers are without power now over in St. Mary Parish, and it's almost complete blackout in Terrebonne. Lafourche has about 75 to 80% of their folks that are out. Assumption, about 80% as well. And over toward Ascension Parish, it looks like about half of their customers are without power, and we're starting to get some power issues now over parts of Livingston Parish and getting into East Baton Rouge and Tangipahoa, as well as what's left of Tropical Storm Francine continues to move off toward the north. So it is going to take some time to get the power back on, especially down there in those areas in extreme southern portions of Louisiana. I want to thank all the folks that are going to be going out there to get the power restored and also get things picked up so that we can get back to business here in South Louisiana. I hope you enjoyed this live stream throughout the day with Hurricane Francine. I will be back tomorrow morning around 7:30 for Acadiana Weather Today, a short morning chat on the upcoming weather conditions and how they're going to affect your day. And we will be coming back for a live Let's Talk Tropics at noon. That's going to be coming up on Thursday afternoon because, yes, we have another tropical system out there. It is Tropical Depression number 7 and will probably be Tropical Storm Gordon by tomorrow. So we've got some stuff to watch over the next several days. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Don't forget to like this video and also subscribe to my channel and turn on those notifications. That way you know when Acadiana Weather Today starts in the morning. And of course, if you want to check out some of my social media pages, at Meteorologist Dave Baker on Facebook, at Dave Baker TV on X, and at Acadiana Weather Today right here on YouTube. I hope everyone has a great night, get a little bit of rest, and I will talk to you on Thursday. Have a great day.